I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is an agenda of the work session of Mayor and Council for today, Tuesday, September 19 at 7 p.m. Maryland time. All the way from Dallas, Texas today. We are definitely working the extra hours for the city of Rainier. This is a virtual meeting, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a call to order. Luke Chesek.
Here.
Valerie Woodall.
I'm here.
Danielle.
Here.
Jared. So try to get a hold of Jared so he could join us. All right, perfect. So we do have quorum at this point. We are going to be doing a review of the agenda. This is a very thick package, and I'd like to say I'm extremely glad that we had gone green a couple of years back, and this package is not being printed because it's a ridiculous amount of paper. This is easily over 100 pages. So thank you, Council, for making sure that that was happening. And I'm sure the staff is very happy to know that this is no longer happening. All right, so moving on to number 2, review the agenda. Luke, can you please do a read through of the agenda for us?
Sure. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, review of the agenda. We'll review the agenda for the meeting, adding or deleting topics of interest or discussion. 3, presentation and discussion on the George Washington University Capstone project for designing an economic development plan for Rhode Island Avenue. The GWU Capstone team will make a presentation to the Mayor and Council on designing an economic development plan for Rhode Island Avenue. 4, presentation and discussion on the final concept plans for the comprehensive streets and sidewalk study from the Toole design group. The Mayor and Council will have a presentation from Toole Design on the final concepts for the comprehensive street and sidewalk study. 5, update and discussion on the Wayfinding sign project and survey results from Usource Construction. Usource Construction will present the revised Wayfinding sign and survey results from the Mount Rainier business owners to the Mayor and Council as recommended at the June work session. 6, presentation and discussion on the Newton Street green infrastructure improvement schematic design from the LID Center, that's between Otis and 37th Street. We'll receive a presentation from LID on the schematic design of Newton Street, the Newton Street green infrastructure improvements between Otis and 37th Street. 7, presentation on letter of support on the WMATA rail expansion proposal. Councilmember Stoltzfus will present the letter of support for the WMATA rail expansion proposal. 8, presentation and discussion on the FY25 budget calendar. We'll have a discussion on the FY25 budget calendar. 9, discussion on the city's committees. We'll have a discussion on those. 10, presentation and discussion on CERT parking. Councilmember Carter will present information and appeal for support to allow the members of the Community Emergency Response Team to be allowed to park for free at their monthly meetings. 11, presentation and discussion on the City Emergency Plan and CERT. Councilmember Carter will present information and invite discussion to advocate that the Community Emergency Response Team be allowed to review the city's emergency plan and make recommendations on how the CERT can be best used in the event of a city emergency. 12, presentation and discussion on residential parking. Councilmember Carter will present and make a recommendation for an amendment to City Code 13.101 to eliminate the exclusion that allows residents to park and block their own driveway. 13, presentation and discussion on lawn angels. Councilmember Carter will make a presentation to introduce a program designed to help those in need in the community. 14, presentation and discussion on letter of support for CB 69, the county council bill that would require safe street design. Councilmember Stoltzfus will present the letter of support for the county council bill CB 69. And 15, presentation of minutes. The city clerk will present the following minutes to us: August 6, 2020, special work session and special legislative meeting. August 18th, 2020, special work session. September 1st, 2020, legislative meeting. And September 5th, 2023, legislative meeting. And then 16, adjournment.
Thank you so much, Luke. I'm trying to find a place for this phone. My apologies. All right, so you guys have an agenda in front of you. Anything you guys choose to delete out of this list will be appreciated. As I mentioned originally, I've been working for the city for the past 18 hours, and I love you guys dearly. But if you guys could cut down some of the time, it definitely it will be very important. There's only so much I could give the city in one day. Okay. Saying that, anything you guys want to delete? No, if not, we'll move on with the agenda. Okay.
I think Jarrett has his hand raised, Mayor.
Jared, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Jared, my apologies. I didn't see you there. Please
No, it's
mark,
okay.
Councilmember Jared, stuff is there. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not likely that the county council will take action on CD 69, so I think we could possibly kick this one till the next meeting.
Okay.
Have the monorail support that those comments are due end of September. So I don't think we can go down that one, but I know we have a very busy schedule. I know some of us may want to pull items, so I want to offer that one up because I think we can talk about it at the next one. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jared, for that, and for your work on creating the letters and the research and the presentations is very appreciated. So, Melissa, can you pull the item out, please? And Jared, regarding the letter, if we reach consensus, although we don't vote on it, if the consensus reach when it comes to the letter and the deadline, we could always like submit it, okay, for the other letter that you mentioned. Okay. Good.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let me see. Moving on to the next item, we do have a presentation discussion on GWU Capstone project for designing economic development plan for Rhode Island Avenue. Luke, can you say a very, very little few words before presenting our presenters?
Sure, yeah. I'll let them introduce themselves. These are some wonderful students and directors from George Washington University who are going to have a couple of proposals for us to look at for the scope of their work. I think just to level set expectations for everyone, I think the scope of their work is probably a little bit less than what we had talked about before we broke for summer recess. But they're going to have a great presentation on a couple of options for work that they can do for us this semester that the mayor and council will need to consider, and sort of hopefully we'll have consensus on a direction tonight and they can kind of start work on one of those. Either option we choose, I think it'll put ourselves and I think Ron in a really good place to kind of take their work and run with it. And they're going to have to be working with Ron, hand in glove on whatever it is we decide. So that said, I will turn it over to GW, and I'm not sure which one I should turn it over to.
Luke,
yeah.
can you do me a favor? Can you clarify which of both Rons you're talking, just for record?
Yes. Sorry, Ron Hopkins, our Director of Economic Development. Yeah.
Thank you, because we do have two Rons that work for the city. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Luke.
I'll turn it over to them. Yeah.
Perfect. So GW spokespersons, we're very happy to have you here. I see Heather is here, right? And so Heather, you let us know who's going to be the speaker, if it's going to be you and who else is here from GW. Okay,
awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. We do have a couple slides. Is it possible that my colleague Nida can share her screen with those?
Yeah, Melissa Jared will make that available. Go ahead.
It should go to Nida for sharing the slides. I still don't have the ability to share my screen, but let me know.
Jared or Melissa, who could share? Got it?
Now I can.
Thank you, team. All right, and please make sure that after you're done, like you give back the sharing capability, because we have sometimes a little bit of hard time with that one. All right, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Nida. So good evening, everyone, and thank you for having us here tonight. My colleagues and I, as Luke mentioned, are Masters of Public Administration and Public Policy students from GW. Tonight, we'll be discussing our Capstone project and scoping options for our partnership with the City of Mount Rainier. Next slide, Nida. And next slide. So first, we'd like to provide a bit of background on the Capstone project purpose and process. The Capstone project is a culminating academic experience that provides GW students with the opportunity to hone the skills they have learned throughout their MPA and MPP course of study. It offers the opportunity to work in a professional and collaborative environment and conduct pro bono research that will benefit the public sector, in this case, the city of Mount Rainier. And the project will culminate with an oral presentation over Zoom on December 5th to the City Council and Mayor, and the submission of a final report by December 20th. Next slide, please. So we understand that Mount Rainier is looking to design an economic development plan for its Rhode Island Avenue Route 1 corridor that focuses on increasing its density and creating a vibrant downtown. Through initial conversations with Mr. Kamali and Mr. Chesick, we learned that this part of the city faces a few challenges, including some vacant properties and the lack of density and demand, which impact the ability to attract and retain businesses in this area. As the city seeks to develop the corridor, we also understand that the city wishes to determine how properties' potential can be unlocked, what partnerships are necessary for funding, and how best to engage the community in this process. For our capstone, our goal is to help the city of Mount Rainier connect the pieces and understand how to build a practical economic development plan that will be successful and meet the needs of the community. Next slide, please. So to connect the pieces, we identified a few research questions that will guide our analysis and the choice in scope for our project. The first option seeks to address the research question, what economic development programs have successful comparable cities implemented to develop their downtown cores? And what should an economic development plan include for a city like Mount Rainier? The second option seeks to address the research question, how does the city of Mount Rainier best evaluate the needs of the community? So I'll now turn to my colleagues to discuss the approaches we could take to address these questions.
So the first option we have for you is the best practices assessment. And if we set out to answer the first research question we presented, which is what economic development program or program components have successful comparable cities implemented to develop their downtown cores? And what should an economic development plan include for a city like Mount Rainier? Then this is the approach that we would take. And as many of you understand it, and as I understand it, a best practice is an activity that has been proven to help achieve a particular goal or solve a problem. And thus, a best practice assessment is a comprehensive study designed to examine best practices across comparable cities or markets with the aim of identifying successful models for implementation. Now, the way that we would carry this research or assessment is by first identifying cities that are comparable to Mount Rainier in relation to their demographics, budget, size, as well as cities that exhibit the indicators of economic vibrancy that you aspire to have. After we identify the comparable cities, we will then review and analyze which programs the selected cities have implemented and compare them to programs that Mount Rainier has already undertaken. This analysis will help the city prioritize initiatives that are more likely to produce positive results. And the city may use the findings of this assessment to inform its future economic development plan. If the city desires it, the priority research areas for the assessment can directly relate to the goals and core services of the city's Department of Economic Development. So, for example, our analysis can focus on real estate development, business recruitment and retention, workforce development, the provision of social services, or even artistic or cultural development. It is important for us to note that although our analysis will be comprehensive, because of time and information constraints, we will have a limitation on the number of comparable cities we can study, which means that our conclusions could be in some way inaccurate because of the small sample size, or because we are mostly concentrated on those cities who are, like, quote unquote, doing it right. Further, there's always the possibility that there are other factors that we're not accounting for that influence the successful development or implementation of a program, like things like, for example, like different culture or geographic components that we just didn't recognize at the moment, and that could affect the implementation of a program. But if Mount Rainier chose this research topic and approach, the things that we would need the city to provide us is data about your programs, including the program's budgets and their usage, or data that you have on their usage, as well as a list of the economic outcomes or indicators that you prioritize, as well as, and finally, the name of like cities that you aspire to be like things that you would like to see for your city. Dustin.
Yeah, so for our second option, yeah, you can hear me. For our second option, we call this a needs assessment toolkit. So we'll provide the city with essentially a roadmap for how to conduct a needs assessment. So what is a needs assessment? The goal of a needs assessment is to systematically collect data and information that enhances the understanding of what community members want to see changed in the downtown core. So a needs assessment is essential in the first step for designing an economic development plan. So they're typically carried out by deploying a survey and analyzing the results. So because of time and administrative constraints as university students here, we're unable to deploy and analyze an IRB approved survey during the semester. So that's why we would call this a toolkit, where we would kind of provide you with a framework for how to do it. So what we can do here to do this is set the city up for success for a future needs assessment. We would design a toolkit that defines the stakeholders, identifies resources to examine community demographics. We provide data collection methodology, so like stuff like interview scripts, focus group prompts, and other survey questions that can be used for data collection. Lastly, we'd give recommendations for connecting with the community and increasing public participation and representation, because you really need like actual buy-in from the public for this to be successful. And so that's a very crucial part of it. Next slide. So kind of general methodology for how we'll do this and create the framework for future community engagement. One way we'll get guidance on this is just by looking at previous examples and seeing how previous needs assessments have been done, and then go from there. So this helps with things like determining what engagement works best to the public, how to conduct interviews, what questions work best to ask in interviews, so you can actually like get the information that you really need to make this successful. We would also provide the tools for analysis, because that's a really crucial thing. Is sure, you can get all the interviews you want, but then you need to know what to do with that information. So we can identify proper qualitative methods for how to make sense of interviews and synthesize what people say in interviews into actual data. And from there, once you have the data, you can do actual analysis on it. So in turn, you also need to know like what questions that data can actually answer, and how that will help you in your goal for economic development in the downtown core. In terms of limitations, time is still a factor in how much we can get this done, and we'll need to be on the same page about expectations for what would be included in the toolkit. So rival explanations there, that kind of refers to how there can be multiple explanations that people have for what drives economic development, and what to take away from interviews. Of course, there's environmental and organizational structure concerns, mostly related to kind of consistency across all that. And if there's a lack of consistency, what problems could that create for the report? So from you, what we need to do this is we need to clearly know the objective of the city, and also access any data you already have, so that we know like what data they say that if you already have certain data, then we don't need to say that you should go get that data. So no need to be redundant. Also, already a list of key stakeholders that you already have, that would be fantastic. And of course, any available resources and programs that the community has, they could offer for kind of what is important around the community, and what in turn we can include that in the toolkit. Next slide, I believe.
Thank you. So now that we have provided an overview of scoping options for this project, we'd like to hear your thoughts, answer any questions, and ultimately land on a decision on which scope to pursue. Once a decision is reached, there are a few next steps detailed on this slide that include sending you all a city contract with GW to sign as soon as possible. This will include the project scope we agreed to tonight. And then after that, we'll continue bi-weekly meetings with Mr. Chesick and Mr. Kamali, and use those meetings as an opportunity to provide updates and request information to support our research. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, during the City Council meeting on December 5th, we'll provide our presentation on our research and submit that report on December 20th. So are there any questions or feedback on the scoping options we just presented on?
So Thank you, Heather. I'm gonna give the mic back to you, Luke, to fill in anything or have any input before I give it to everybody else. So go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, I think that the things to like think about here are sort of as far as whether to make a decision are a couple pieces. I think it's like what could be most useful for us as we think through next steps on economic development. We obviously have some properties that we own, and once Potts Hall gets developed, some decisions to make about what we want to do with all those properties. So from that vantage point, like it would be really helpful to know what other cities have done, and what best practices that we have there. I see that as a win. On the other side of it, figuring out like a stakeholder engagement plan and what we'd need to do to kind of engage is something that would be, I'm sure, helpful to give to somebody like Ron to kind of execute on, as we think through what our economic development plan could be. On the other hand, I think we've done a lot of community engagement in the past, and I think a lot of us kind of understand what our residents want, and we sort of understand how to do that community engagement piece as a community because that's something that we do often. So I think that I'm leaning a little bit in my head towards getting the study of sort of best practices in towns around us. But I am totally open to if we want to kind of go the latter route, if that's what folks think would be better for us. Because I think the stakeholder engagement piece, figuring out how to align all the stars with respect to county officials, county departments, and economic development players in the area, and how to engage them. I think that would be helpful as well, but totally open to what folks want to do here. Again, I think my lean is probably towards like a best practices assessment, and that's what I got.
So thank you so much. Luke, do me a favor. Can you guys put in the screen both options so that was visible as like, we're talking about it and as the community's hearing this conversation, just to help out a little bit. And it's interesting enough. We have to be, the air condition is blowing here so cold. It's either that or like cook myself to death. So that's the reason why I have to find like something warm. I'm like one hoodie away from like joining you guys in a meeting. All right, so you have it up on the screen.
I'm
Right.
so sorry.
Perfect.
Oh, now I got the ability again. Sorry.
All right, go ahead. Thank you so much for returning right away without but that would makes it a little bit easier to visualize what is. Thank you. So you guys see option 1, which is the economic development program, have success when compared to cities implement to develop their downtown cores, and the other is best value, evaluate the needs of the city and the community. Okay, Jared, go ahead.
I was like, can we do them both? I know we can't. So, honestly, I'm split either way. I think they're both great research questions. Both have a lot of utility. I will. Candidly, I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards one, but I want to be fair that I'm pretty agnostic on this. So I'll defer to my colleagues and how they feel. Thanks.
Okay, Valerie.
Thank you. This is exciting. I also lean for option number 1. I think that would provide a lot of good opportunities for us to kind of think through what the downtown core looks like, in the future. I just one question for you, I guess, is when we are studying comparable cities, are we looking just in Maryland, or are we looking like kind of more nationwide? Because I think that would be helpful to look at other places that are not just in Maryland.
I think we're envisioning nationwide, but I think and that goes back into also identifying aspirational cities. Those don't have to be in the area. So if there are some that you all frequent or know of that you aspire to be like, we could certainly take a look at those.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I definitely lean toward number 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. Danielle?
Thank you. I agree. I like option 1, and I like the idea. Valerie took my question, so thanks for asking that, Valerie. I think it's a good idea to look around the country and see what other options are out there, things we may not be thinking about, because the things that we may want to see may work, may not work, and we may have things that we haven't thought of. So I like option 1 myself. Thank you.
Okay. So I will tell you my thoughts to it, right? I think that I am leaning option option one, and if later on we feel like we really need option two, that's like, you know, and an alternative we will have to discuss, right? But I think we need to start with option one. At least for me, I will tell you that a lot of it's going to be like making sure that we align our demographics, both not just the people that are in the city, but also our surroundings to compatible cities and towns, right? As a case in point, right? Cities that are next to, how do you call it, a big city, like, you know, DC, like with border stuff, right? You know, things like that will be very important. Because if not, we get to, we tend to overstretch ourselves in other things that we might not be able to do. I think that most of us here, and I know, and I work with Luke like forever and a day, right? We're very big dreamers, and we love the studies and, you know, working with the students. So thank you for putting this presentation together, making it detailed, but at the same time, making sure that at all times we're following through. So it's been wonderful. So I think you're getting, I like right now you have the consensus for option number one, but I definitely will say that I'll be support system if you need me, Luke, or anything, right? But I think the scope of what our city is, right, will be key in determining what compatible cities there are around us. And this is, you know, I'll tell you this, I travel a lot through Maryland, right? Now more than ever. But so I think option one is at this point. So follow up with Mr. Kamali and Luke to figure out what that looks like, the next steps. I think you guys lined them up in order for us to get in the ball. We look forward to having you guys in December for the presentation. And that's it. All right. So I'm going to make this short because it's already like 6:30, y'all. Okay. All right. And I think I saw something quickly on the chat. It says Ms. Rachel MS as the capstone instructor at GW. We'll be happy to have another project on behalf of the city in the future semester so we can pursue other options in the future. Thank you so much. I mean, we love the partnerships we have with the universities, and that's one of the wonderful tools that we're able to utilize. And thank you, Luke, for making sure GW came and we have a connection with them. All right, so thank you guys and have a wonderful night. So once again, you follow up with Mr. Kamali as our city manager. I know Luke will follow up as well. And then I will talk to you guys about like the demographics or whatever to lead in order for us to move forward with it, okay? Bye, have a good night.
Thank you so much.
All right, and great job. We're gonna be like sending letters of recommendation once this is done. We're very happy with you guys. All right. Okay, so we have item number 4. Right? Okay, item number 4, presentation, discussion of the final concept plan for the comprehensive street and sidewalk study from Toole Design Group. All right, so I'm gonna say something to you guys, and please keep in mind there are gonna be time checks. Team, all right, if we need to add more time, there's not a problem, but we might interrupt in the middle to do time check, okay? It is 6:30 at this moment, so just be aware. All right, so we have Dan here from the Toole Design Group. Oh, and he's been in our meetings several times, working in various projects. So welcome back home here.
Great, thank you.
All right, so Dan, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for having me. It's wonderful to see you all again. My name is Dan Goodman. I'm with Toole Design Group. I think I know most of you at this point, but it's great to see you again. So what we are going to talk about are some design concepts that we've developed in collaboration with the city. Now, this is part of our current Vision Zero action plan study process. And so a reminder that we completed the Vision Zero action plan in June in collaboration with you and a task force that was focused on that effort. We worked with the city to successfully submit a grant for Safer Streets for All federal funding in July. And so we're waiting to hear back on that. We have high hopes and we're excited to hear that, the results of that. And so right now what we're doing is the last part of the work within our current scope, which is 10 design concepts based on a lot of the stuff that we worked on throughout the study process. There's also a design toolkit, and the intent of that is to inform ongoing efforts for this to assist the city in implementing the Vision Zero action plan. So the locations that I'll talk about, these were selected in close collaboration with city staff and the community. They're based on community feedback. They're based on crash analysis as part of the Vision Zero study, stakeholder engagement, and really they're an outgrowth of that deep community involvement process as part of the Vision Zero action plan. They are preliminary concepts, and so additional engineering will be needed prior to implementation. And we would welcome your feedback in the chat, and also you're welcome to ask questions. But as the mayor indicated, we won't have enough time to go deep into that, but we're happy to leave the window for comment open, and we'll coordinate with the city manager on that. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. I'm also joined by Jameson Keaton from Toole Design, who's an engineer on our engineering team who's been really closely involved in all of this work. So I'm going to share my screen now, and given the time limitation, I'm going to jump right in. And what I'm going to do is just walk through.
Dan, I don't want you to, we could always add time. I just wanted to make sure you're aware if I interrupt would be to request council of time, more time is needed.
Okay.
So I don't want you to rush it because it's definitely a very important piece and we have a lot leaning towards it. I think it's just for my colleagues to be aware and to you that if I interrupt you, it's mainly because of that reason, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We're happy to stay on as long as you'll have us. And I apologize if I'm looking over here, I'm looking at the concept as I talk about it. Do you see that now on your screen? Okay. So the first concept is the levee trail crossing. And so this is, do you see my cursor when I do this? Okay, great. So this is Chillum. So this is north when you're on Chillum traveling south, where Chillum turns into 34th Street. This is where the levee trail crosses. And I think everybody has a good sense of what exists today in these locations. So I'm not going to go into detail about the existing condition. But our proposed concept here would formalize this trail crossing to make it safer for everybody that is traveling along the trail and also traveling on the road, driving or otherwise. We're proposing a slight readjustment of the trail just so that it lines up better at a 90-degree angle as it crosses the street. It's a raised crosswalk with a pedestrian refuge island in the middle. Part of, you'll notice that the intent of the design, when a driver comes into this space where they are potentially going to conflict with a person on a bike or walking, crossing this, we want them to slow down intuitively. And so this is a design that encourages that. It feels more constrained as you come to the trail crossing, and that will intuitively cause people to slow down. There's also a slight meander as they come up to the trail. There's a little bit of an adjustment needed so that the purpose is that we do not want somebody driving to be able to blast across this location and not realize that was a particularly important location, and we need them to slow down and pay particularly close attention. So we've got, again, a raised crosswalk, a median refuge, which shortens the pedestrian crossing distance. And so it enables, if somebody's not comfortable getting across the whole street, for example, it allows them to go halfway and feel protected and safe and then go cross the second half. There's also a RRFB, a rectangular rapid flash beacon, which means that there's a signal there, but it's not like a regular signal as you would think. It only starts when a pedestrian is there or a bicyclist and they hit the button, and then it gives you an indication. And we know through research from Federal Highway Administration that does cause people to slow down and to stop at a location. So we know that it's an effective treatment, but it won't slow you down if you're driving, if there's not somebody there to stop for. And so Also, as you come across the bridge, relatively minor striping improvements, again, to constrain the overall width and really just make it feel tighter so everybody slows down going both directions. In addition to all that, there's a combination of different signage and striping improvements, again, just to emphasize safety, particularly for people walking and biking in this space. How is that on pace? Should I stop, and would you like to ask any questions, or should I move on to the next one? I'm happy to do either.
So I will ask for you to move on so that way we get the bigger picture. And if there's something somebody wants to review or ask, we could come back to it. Are we good with that, Council? If not, we're going to be stopping in every slide. Good. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dan.
Great. So that is concept 1. Now this is concept 2. And so just to orient you, this is on 31st Street at the food forest. And so we know that at this location, we've heard a lot about a real concern about people crossing at this mid-block location to get to and from the food forest, cars not slowing down, visibility not being great, and a real concern about, a potential crash could happen at this really important community location. And so this is a design concept, again, to make sure that everybody understands that something is changing. If you're driving, something is changing when you get to this location, and you need to slow down and pay attention. And so we don't do that through a whole lot of loud and obnoxious signage and flashing lights, but more intuitive, good design. And so what that means at this mid-block location is another raised crosswalk. We see a really interesting opportunity for green infrastructure at the corners of that. And so partly what we're trying to do here is pull parking back from this crossing location, add landscaping and green infrastructure to have surface water management kind of benefit. But also what we want to do is improve the visibility of that crossing. And so the raised crosswalk puts the pedestrian up higher, and that's going to help visibility. Pulling parking back from the location is going to help visibility. And then, and having this almost like a gateway treatment at this location is also going to let people know that this is a really important location. We see an interesting opportunity potentially as part of this treatment to do asphalt art to, again, make this a spot that everybody knows that kids could be crossing in this location. And again, something is different here, and we need to slow down and pay attention. We also see a need for some bike parking at the food forest. We think it'd be really nice to incorporate that into the design. And that's something that we heard when I should have maybe started with saying that we went to each of these locations with members of the community and with our city manager and some city council members. And so we collected a lot of this feedback that you're seeing as part of that. But one of the things we heard was we need some bike parking, and that would be an important piece of that story. I think and again, I'll say that there is some yield, messages and signs, but it's not overdone. And it is, this is a treatment that I think will yield we'll get the results that we want, which is a much more official mid-block crossing that is much safer for everybody involved. That's the second one. I'm going to keep moving on. The third concept, one of the things that we heard really clearly from the community was that this stretch of Bunker Hill is really problematic, in part because a lot of cut-through traffic is happening. People are trying to get to Rhode Island Avenue. Nobody's paying attention. They're going way too fast. And so
Can you do me a favor? When you mentioned this stretch, can you tell us what the stretch is so that way people are able to know what specifically you're talking about? In this case, it's like the Bunker Hill 35th Street.
Yep, it's Bunker Hill and 35th. Yep.
Thank you.
So this is 35th right here, and this is Bunker Hill, and this is the church, and this is where 35th jogs at Bunker Hill. And so the concept here is curb extensions with green infrastructure and landscaping, again, to really tighten up that space, to provide an important green infrastructure surface water management function, but at the same time, tighten up that space and make sure that there's not an excess pavement that is just encouraging people to drive too fast. So we've got curb extensions for that also have a really important benefit of reducing the pedestrian crossing distance, because that whole time that the pedestrian is crossing that street, they are exposed to getting hit to a car. And so if we reduce that distance, then it reduces the exposure and the likelihood of a crash. And so we've got the curb extensions that are reducing the pedestrian crossing island. We've got curb extensions in several different locations, but they're all spots that we feel like are very feasible. The last thing I want to point out here is we call it a chicane, which is a device, kind of a landscaped median, essentially in the middle on both sides of this segment. And what it would do, again, is just force somebody driving through this space to do a pretty subtle lateral shift when they're driving as they come through this area. So if you're traveling on Bunker Hill towards New Hampshire, you'd be coming this way, and then you'd have to do a slight lateral shift to come around that curb extension. You'd go straight again, and then as you cross 35th, you'd have to do another slight lateral shift to come back onto 35th. And so it's perfectly safe, but it does intuitively force you to slow down when you're driving, just to negotiate that little small movement, and that's exactly what we want to happen. We're also, you'll notice we do have ADA and crosswalk and curb ramp improvements throughout these concepts, and we're just assuming that those are being done as part of all of this work. So if you just continue towards New Hampshire, now this is Bunker Hill at 36th. And so I think everybody knows this in the intersection, and I know that it is a really important community concern. Part of the problem is just a big, wide expanse of pavement. And again, what we know that does for people driving is it just allows you to not pay as close of attention as you should. And so we're trying to recapture a lot of that excess pavement and put it to better use, and use it, put it to better use through the green infrastructure, also in a way that will improve safety for everyone. And so there's quite a lot of space to work with here. And so what we see a really interesting opportunity on 36 for a pretty significant curb extension. You would extend the sidewalk out through that curb extension, so you're dramatically reducing the pedestrian crossing distance there. You'll also notice with these curb extensions, we're forcing a sharper angle for the person driving as they turn, so it's closer to a 90-degree angle, which again slows you down as you make that turn. And it's really important to slow down when you turn, because there could be somebody crossing in that crosswalk when this person turns right onto 36. And so we need them slowing down in case they're going to have to interact with a pedestrian in that crosswalk. This curb extension here on this side, we think this curb extension in particular could have a really good benefit to the existing trees here. And again, there's another kind of slight meander effect brought in here so that as the person driving the other direction back towards 34th, again, is going to do that lateral shift as they come through this intersection. Right when we need them to be paying attention, they are going to be paying closer attention because of that lateral shift. Also, just everything about the space kind of got tightened and brought in, and that's exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. With all these, with this space and these curb extensions, there's a really interesting and cool opportunity for a rain garden that capture a lot of that extra surface water that's coming through this space, and I think that's also a really important benefit of this design. All right. We'll move on to the next one. So this one is going to require me to pan a little bit. Are you with me? Can you track that? That you seeing that? Okay. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
So this is Stone Elementary, and so where we were at the levee crossing was here. Thomas Stone. Yes. Sorry. The levee crossing that we talked about first is here off to the right, and this is Arundel, and so the big picture concept here is two raised intersections, one at Webster, and then one at Wyndham, with kind of the raised intersection. Again, it's going to increase visibility. It's going to make sure that anybody just traveling through this area is very clear that they entered into a school zone. The vertical change is going to force people to slow down, but also it's a cool opportunity, I think, for some school community building. And so we could do, we put in the graphic some idea of some school-based graphics that could be incorporated into this. There's a really good opportunity for more rain garden, kind of curb extension and landscaping and green infrastructure at Wyndham around the corner. There's a lot of underutilized space right there. Another interesting thing I'll point out is that we all know that, there's a chain link fence here and there's parking right on 34th, and it just feels real tight on that sidewalk. And so there's not a ton of options and of what we can do. And I want to be clear that we didn't do a full operational analysis of drop off and pickup at the school. But one potential thing to consider would be this kind of angling curb extension here that would just allow you a little bit more breathing room on the sidewalk from these cars. And we think you can do that and still keep all the same parking spaces there. You're just kind of restriping them and nudging them out. And so that's the idea there. Again, down at Webster, there's another raised intersection, ADA improvements, more opportunity for green infrastructure and rain gardens. But I want to actually pull us out a little bit and also note that in addition, there's speed humps on both sides. So there's one kind of up the hill as you're coming down the hill before you get to Webster, there's a speed hump. Similarly, on the other side, there's a speed hump as you're coming from Arundel. And so the intent is that people driving, no matter which direction you're going, you hit that speed bump at the far end and okay, you slowed down, something changed. And then visually you see right away, raised intersections, you see a lot of pedestrian infrastructure, high visibility crosswalks, school zone markings and signage as well. And we think the combination of that is going to have a really important corridor-wide benefit. Obviously, improving all the pedestrian crossings, getting some improvement of the condition and experience walking along the sidewalk. There may be more opportunities if we want to think about that kind of as more of a blank slate, but we didn't want to do that now, and we know that there's a lot more engagement is needed for that. So that's Thomas S. Stone Elementary. So at Mount Rainier Elementary was another one that we know is a really top priority. And so pretty constrained space, somewhat limited options on what we can do, but some really important opportunities that we're seeing. So one at Bunker Hill and 32nd. The idea is a raised intersection. Again, some kind of school branding to let you know that okay, we're in a school zone now. This is different. This intersection is different than a lot of the other ones around. An opportunity for kind of curb extensions and rain gardens built into the raised intersection design. Parking pulled back. In all of these, the idea is to pull parking back from directly on the intersection. And now the problem with parking too close to an intersection is that it impacts visibility. And so if you have a child that is trying to cross right here and there's a car parked right here, that child could be blocked by the parked car. And so we want to pull that parking back just a bit so that it opens it up and improves visibility for everyone. One thing we notice is the existing speed humps, the way that they're placed. This would remove those existing speed bumps and instead rely on the raised intersection, because what we want people to do is as they come through the intersection, that's when they slow down as they come into the intersection. We have some concern that the way they're placed now, you kind of hit the speed bump and then you could potentially kind of accelerate through the intersection because you already got through the speed bump. And so the idea would be to replace those with the raised intersection. We've got a raised crosswalk at the entrance on 32nd. And again, we'd be trying to pull back any activity that's happening around that crosswalk so that everybody can see people crossing. We took note of some really cool kind of sense of arrival opportunities at some spots along this school, but we also recognize that we didn't have time or budget and our scope to fully engage with the school. So we didn't want to go too far on that space, but we do think as part of a school zone improvement in this area, we also want more gateways, and we want it to be more clear that you're coming across a school, and we want to celebrate that. And so we see some really interesting opportunities for that, and we've noted them. Some other notes about how you could potentially relocate some of the dumpsters and other stuff to maybe pull some of that kind of service use away and make the pedestrian experience more formalized and more positive. But obviously more stakeholder engagement would be needed as part of that. And then similarly on Shepherd at 32nd, the same idea. It would be a raised intersection. And the goal is that you are on purpose having the same treatment on both sides of the corridor so that you basically are treating that whole stretch as a school zone stretch. And you know it because of the raised intersection on both sides. There is an opportunity for more curb extensions and landscaping and green infrastructure as part of that. There's a need for some more ADA accessibility improvements, and there's an opportunity for some curb extensions to tighten up that intersection at the same time that you raise it up. Same idea with the speed bumps, removing those and replacing them with the raised intersection.
Okay, so Dan, while you're taking the small pause, Council, we already have, is it a 2 1-minute check, Melissa? What is it that it is right now? Melly? What time check is it right now?
1 minute.
So it's a 1-minute time check. You guys do me the courtesy of adding another at least 20 minutes to the clock, because this is definitely going to be a hefty item that we need to do. Is there a motion on the floor?
So
Yeah,
moved.
move to add.
Properly moved and second. Thank you so much. Any objection, abstention? Here none. All right, 20 minutes to the clock. Go on. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you so
Apologies
much.
for the
I'll keep
interruption.
going as fast as I can. Okay, so this is a concept for Upshur, 31st, and Rainier. And so we know that that's an intersection I'm sure everybody knows well. Another example of just a really wide expanse of pavement. And it's encouraging people to drive too fast, take turns too fast. And it's not, the expectations are not 100% clear for everybody that's operating in that space and sharing that space. And so we originally looked at the idea of a traffic circle or kind of an island, a landscaped island there, and we couldn't really make it work from an engineering perspective. But we came up with something that we think is pretty exciting and pretty interesting, and we think it'll work. And so the basic idea is, as of now, this is all just kind of big, open, expansive pavement. And so the concept would be as 31st and Rainier come together, you've got kind of a curb extension that comes up closer. And so what we're trying to do is create more of a 90-degree angle at this intersection. And this does that. And so you're dramatically, so this is a pedestrian refuge island. As this comes up, this nose of the curb extension is providing a refuge for the pedestrians. Instead of having to cross the entire space now, they can cross to the median island and then cross the rest of it. I want to point out this this part of the nose of the island, we originally had it as just a full-on island, but we started thinking about the bus routes and the bus turning. And so there was a conflict of the bus movement trying to turn from Upshur to Rainier. And so what this is a mountable curb. And so it looks like a curb, and it functions that way. It tightens up the space like we want it to, but a bus can just drive right over it, and it's fine. It's a little bump, but it doesn't, it's intended to be driven over. In addition to that, there's ADA improvements. We've really tried to think about formalizing the crossing, the pedestrian crossing at all of the legs. We're pulling parking back a bit and replacing that kind of right at the intersection with curb extensions and kind of green infrastructure. And I think that's about as much as I need to say here. I mean, I think there's a little bit of a curb extension, and we know that the combination of all these treatments is going to slow everybody down, and it's also going to make those turns significantly slower, because whereas before you can hit that turn very fast because the radius is so wide, it's going to be a tighter radius, and so you're going to have to slow down as you're turning it, and that's really going to help at all the corners and make it much less likely that you could have a car coming over the curb and damaging property, for example. So really important safety story here, and also really important green infrastructure story. All right, and so now, so that was I think that was 7 of them. And so the 8th concept is going to inform the 9th and 10th one. And so we're just going to look at this, I think, for the rest of our time, and we want to spend a little bit of time talking about this. These are options for cross sections of Arundel Road, and so so what we know, and I'll just pull up my other map here so I can look at it. So this is Arundel, basically from, we're looking at like 31st all the way down to Russell is really the stretch of Arundel Road that we're talking about right now. It changes a little bit, but by and large, this is the existing cross section on this stretch. So you've got 2 very wide travel lanes, 1 in each direction, but they're 16 feet wide. And so again, way wider than there's any reason from an engineering perspective for them to be. A travel lane only really needs to be 10.5 feet. 2 really wide center travel lanes, parking, 8 feet of parking on both sides, and then a landscaped planted strip on each side, and then a 5-foot sidewalk. And so what we'd like to talk to you about now is options for rethinking that existing right of way and the existing space within the curbs, and making better use of that existing space and redesigning it so it better meets the needs of all the people that are trying to use that street. The reason that we haven't finished concept 9 and 10 is because what we choose to do in the middle here on this cross section is going to change what we're going to do at 31st and Arundel and at Russell and Barnum. And so we have to figure out the middle so that we can then make the two ends concepts align with the middle concept. And so what you see now, I can walk through it kind of each one individually, and then I'll stop and we can talk about it. A lot of sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying yes, go ahead. Agreeing with you.
Okay. A lot of the decision is whether we're going to keep parking, the on-street parking on both sides, or whether we would take one of the on-street parkings away and use that space for something else. And so this option that we see here is still having 1 lane in each direction, but narrowing it down to 10 feet. Still having parking on both sides, having a very small buffer, but then having a protected bike lane on the curb. And so we call this a parking protected cycle track or separated bike lane, because the bike lane would be happening on the other side of the parking. And so a benefit of that is that the parking is providing a barrier. If you're on a bike in this bike lane, those parked cars are actually providing a sense of real and perceived protection from that car traveling in that lane, and it feels safer for a lot of people. Now, this is a constrained cross section. We're trying to work within the existing width, and so it's not the best, it's not the ideal design because the buffer is quite small. We would rather that buffer be bigger. We would rather that bike lane be wider in this case. And so if you wanted to keep the parking on both sides, but you wanted to get that bike lane and you wanted it to be protected, this is an option, but there are downsides because it is going to be, it's fitting as much as you can in a pretty small space. Option 2 would be, again, bringing those travel lanes down to 10 feet, and just that will slow the speed that people choose to travel. And so we've got 10-foot lanes, one in each direction. In this case, it's a buffered bike lane. And so it's more of what you would think of as a traditional bike lane as opposed to a protected or a separated bike lane. But this would be a paint buffer between the travel lane and the bike lane, but then a more conventional bike lane on the outside of the parking, I guess on the travel lane side of the parking. This, the buffer, a painted buffer for a buffered bike lane doesn't, it's not as important to have that extra width in that buffer. But this is a way to provide a constrained cross section, provide a bike lane, which will have a really important benefit. A downside is that not everybody feels comfortable or safe traveling in a regular bike lane. It just still doesn't feel safe enough, and so that is, I guess, is a downside or a trade-off of this cross section. In these cases, the sidewalks and the planted strips are basically remaining the same. So now this third option, it gives you a sense of the upside of losing one side of parking. And so if one side of parking went away, then you could have two 11-foot travel lanes. You could still have parking on one side. You'd have a bigger buffer and a better bike lane. And so it would be a parking protected bike lane with a more generous dimensions on one side, and then you'd have a buffer and the bike lane from the travel lane on the other side. That would be more likely to be a curb, or a flex post would be providing a potential vertical separation there. We do know that parking is highly utilized. We haven't done parking counts or anything, but in observation, that parking is used. There are parking lots available kind of behind some of those apartment buildings, but it's not like that parking is empty when I've seen it. So people are using that parking, and if you took it away, that would be a trade-off. And then the last one involves kind of relocating the curb and actually working with a little bit more flexibility. It'd be more expensive, but it would allow you to do travel lane, keeping parking on both sides. And in this case, having the planning strip, but then widening one of those sidewalks out so that it could actually function as a shared use path. And so in this one, you'd be moving the curb, you'd be spending a bit more money. There wouldn't be bike infrastructure in the street, but you'd have a really nice path on one side, and that would be intended for people to be able to walk and bike together and share that space on a shared use path. And so that was another option that we considered. With that, I mean, I'll zoom back out and Mr. Kamali, maybe I'll ask if you would like to add anything else on this conversation in particular.
No, thank you, Dan. The only thing that I want to remind you, if we talk about this section between 31st and 34th Offshore Street, and you have a design for that section too.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
if you could bring that
Yep.
up, I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that was in the version that I had.
Thank you, Mr. Kamali, for the request.
Yeah, thank you for that. I apologize. So this is Upshur, and this the previous concept is to the left of this diagram where Upshur comes together with 31st and Rainier. And so we've heard really clearly that there's a real concern with speeding on this stretch of Upshur. And so the idea here would be formalized pedestrian crossing with high visibility crosswalks on all four legs, ADA crosswalk, curb ramps and detectable warnings, curb extensions with green infrastructure and landscaping. So that would be at Upshur and 32nd. The idea would be then that we would think about one mid-block speed hump there. So as you're coming through that first intersection, that combination of treatment slowed you down as you came through 32nd. Then you travel a little bit more and you hit a speed bump. And so that is slowing you down again. And then at the intersection of 34th, again, curb extensions and more formalized pedestrian crossings to improve that crossing, and then also provide a little bit more of a gateway effect as cars are coming into Upshur at 34th into and out of Upshur. And so again, it would tighten up that intersection as well. We think the combination, if you think about Upshur and 34th changing, Upshur and 32nd changing, and Upshur and 31st changing, the combination of those three things together will really have the potential to change the dynamic of the entire corridor, to say nothing of the added speed bump there. So.
I'm sorry, Dan, if you go on the west side of Upshur, you forgot to mention about the speed hump that we have before you get to 32nd, between 32nd and Rainier, or 32nd or 31st, right there. Yeah, you see it, you're pointing it.
Yeah, okay.
And this one is another speed hump that we're gonna have over there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for adding that.
Okay, so yeah, on the version that we're gonna put online, can you please make sure that is added? And also make a suggestion on the information that shows Mount Rainier and Brentwood, make sure that separation is also clear. Because we are in talks with our colleagues in Brentwood, but this is something that we'll have to talk to them, especially around Thomas Stone, because we do share that street. We have had conversations before with Mr. Kamali. Both the city of Rainier and the town of Brentwood did apply for grants. So I want to make sure that we are very cautious that, we are going to be working with our colleagues, and at least this give us a lead away for them to see plans in order for them to see where they're at. So I want us to be very sensitive that at no point we're saying we are messing around with their jurisdiction, and we'll be having conversation. Make sure that's on the record. Good neighbors make good friends, right?
Okay.
That's it. Okay. So is there anything else you need to add before I open it up to council? Because
yeah, no, I guess I would just say, coming back to do you now see the cross sections again? A question, I guess, just to help us get to an answer on this, is the extent to which people would be comfortable with the idea of removing one lane of parking, or if folks feel that is a non-starter and that we shouldn't even pursue that. It's a question for you all, and I'd love your feedback.
So do me a favor, Dan, before we move on for the question, can you let the community know what street stretch you're specifically talking about? And if you could add it to this document, so make it a little bit easier in the heading.
Sure.
So, because this is going to be put on the website, so that way people could review them and give feedback. So we need to make sure it's like the information is as easier for them to read as if they didn't have you in front of them, like reviewing it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So what street is this again?
So this is Arundel, and we're really focused on the whole stretch from 31st, down to Russell Barnum, essentially, is what we're trying to resolve.
Eastern Avenue.
And eventually to Eastern. Yep.
So, Mr. Kamali, can you work with Dan and like fine tuning some of these things that you mentioned as well to make sure we have it more accessible, so that way, when we get questions or comments for the community, that we're all looking at the same document. I mean, obviously, we could like refer them to this meeting so that way they could hear the presentation. So we put on the website, also share the link with the timestamp or what it is, so that way they could hear if they need to, but also they have the document in front. Okay, so I'm gonna be opening up the floor, but I do need to tell you that I've been asked by my wonderful and reliable clerk that time is running out, so we need to put another easy 15 to 20 minutes on this item. So can I have a motion to have at least 20 minutes, because that's the reality of it, because we do have members of the public that wish to speak as well.
Moved. Second.
We probably moved and second. Any objections, abstentions? Here none. Add another 20 minutes. And remember, if we don't need to use it all, let's not use it. But it's already there, so we don't interrupt. All right, so I'm gonna go down the line. Luke, why you opening your mic, Luke? You don't know if I was gonna call you. But all right, we're gonna go Luke, Jared, Valerie, and Danielle after. Okay, go ahead, Luke.
I'm just so excited and so eager to talk because I just want to thank you, Dan, and the whole team at Toole Design. I want to thank Mr. Kamali. I want to thank all the residents who helped us get to this point. I love all these designs. I want to see them implemented as soon as we possibly can. So I hope we can push Mr. Kamali to work with whoever it is, LID or Toole or whoever it is, to get cost estimates and just start building this stuff for folks. That's where my head is. And then when it comes to the question on Arundel, I think taking away parking is a non-starter. I think the people who live in those apartment buildings really rely on that street parking. And so I don't want to go down that route. I think of the options, I think first option where the bike lanes are protected from the parked cars is what I liked. Second option I liked is the shared bike and walk, but I'm a little nervous that the biking won't work as we intend it to with the shared. So yeah, I like one. I think one is the best in my opinion. And then I like four. Yeah, that one right there. This one, yeah. And then four, I like, but what I like about four is that it creates a larger planting strip on the other side of the street. So it would really enable us to plant more street trees down there, bigger street trees. I'm just nervous that the shared use path wouldn't create the bike infrastructure that we'd like, and that may be an incorrect fear of mine. But so I think that's where I'm at, and I'll open it up to everybody else. Really excited. Want to get building tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
So perfect. Thank you, Luke. So Melissa, or can you make sure you write a note or something that we're calling this, let me see, the second one, are we calling that option, the top one's option one, the one you mentioned, that'd be option number 2, Luke?
No, sorry, the top one is existing condition. So that's
Okay,
just the
perfect.
existing. And then as Luke was describing it, this was 1, 2, 3, 4. And
perfect. Also,
Luke
can you
was
add that
talking
to
about
the
1 and 4 being a preference.
So do me a favor, make sure the numbers are on it as well. And thank you so much for your patience, Dan. I mean, you have worked with us for many years. You definitely know how at least like Kamali, Luke, and I work.
And
we complement each other.
Mayor, can I have just one more thing to say?
Go ahead.
Just if residents do not see their area on this, it doesn't mean we won't get to that area. Toole Design is also providing us with a toolkit of fixes that we can use anywhere else in town. It's just that these are the areas that have been prioritized from the Vision Zero task force, and that we're hoping to get started here with some funding we have and some grant funding that, knock on wood, we hope is on the way. Sorry.
All right, thank you
Thank
for
you.
that clarification, Luke. 100%. I think we have to also remember, like, a lot of the push to get this done was also to make sure we got everything we needed for the application and start moving to having a plan. But thank you for addressing that there's a toolkit in order for us to implement and certain things. But this legwork, hopefully, if we get all the funding we want, right, or when we get all the funding we need, it could move very fast. But we're gonna have to go back and review priorities depending on how much money we also get. I want to make sure that is also clear. And to the members of the community, we're gonna go around to council. I'm gonna make sure Mr. Kamali, touches anything that he wants to address as well. I also will be speaking, and then we're gonna open up to the community. And there's no voting tonight, right? What we'll do is there is gonna be a voting period, but there's gonna be open space if you guys would like to make a comment, if you have any questions. I usually will tell you, direct them to our city manager, right? Because he's in tune with this, right? Or if you have any question to council, we're probably gonna send it over to the city manager anyways, but it'll be good if any questions addresses, go ahead and take that. Mr. Kamali, do you want the floor right now, or do you want me to come back to you at the end? It's up to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add 5 more minutes for Dan to explain the toolkit to the community to make sure that we touch that one too. I do
Perfect.
appreciate
Thank you so much. Dan, can you talk about the toolkit, please? And thank you, Mr. Kamali, for that recommendation. Very timely. Sorry, Luke.
Yeah, I will just pull it up, and I know we won't go through it all, but I will just show it to you, the draft of it. And so this is intended to supplement the Vision Zero action plan. It includes the basic idea is there's a sidewalk repair and maintenance section. And so the intent of this is to help stand up a program for ongoing sidewalk maintenance and repair and guidance for how to implement that. There's sidewalk repair recommendations and then also maintenance recommendations. We put some thought into a traffic calming policy. And so the goal is that we're not always just constantly responding to petitions, but that there's actually a formal structure. And so the petitions are still coming in and being addressed, but at the same time, there's a more methodical thing happening that is just happening all day, every day. So there's a traffic calming policy as part of that. And then there's traffic calming tools. And so we break it out into intersections and crossings, street trees and green infrastructure, bike, pedestrian, and micromobility facilities. And then some of the things that you saw in a lot of the concepts, things like curb extensions, raised crosswalks, chicanes, are detailed in the toolbox. And then we've also included some pretty detailed safe routes to school program guidance, because a lot of the recommendation in the Vision Zero document, and also a big part of the federal grant request was standing up a much more aggressive and robust safe routes to school program. And so this kind of toolkit item is intended to talk about what that would look like, what are the main components of it, and how will we make that happen. And then there's some information on performance measures as well. And so just to, I'll just maybe scroll to just give you a sense for on the, there's things like this on curb extensions, which this could be done anywhere. And so the point is that we show you kind of what are the main things, what are the benefits, what is the basic concept, and then you could apply that at any different location on an ongoing basis. So that's the quick overview of the toolkit.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Anything else on this subject, Mr. Kamali, or no, we're good?
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dan, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, perfect. So I'll come around after all the council, Kamali, in case you want to add something. All right.
Thank you.
So just
Thank
FYI. All right. So Valerie, I got you next.
Thank you.
Valerie.
You had Jarrett.
You had me.
Jarrett can go first.
Fine, we'll let Jared go.
So, no, I just wanted to thank everyone
So
for their work on
your light
this.
went off, so you look very dark in the room, just
Yeah,
FYI.
sorry.
I mean, you're gonna have thunder
Okay.
behind me, so sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say thanks to everyone for all the work on this. Staff, Toole, and residents that participated. So, really excited at the potential here, and the opportunities and the designs that are put in that I think do a lot of work at slowing both adding not only aesthetic improvements to the community, but are really going to significantly slow traffic down. So, so that's kind of my just kind of top level. I know we'll have we're not even in the next meeting, we're not like rubber stamping every single piece of every single thing on this. There's going to be opportunity to refine, but broadly very much in support of the things in this, in all of these designs. My one kind of just broad comment is, to the extent where we can avoid removing parking, not because I'm obviously pro car, but because we have very limited parking in our neighborhoods. In some cases, I think, especially on Arundel, it's vital not only to the apartments there, but also the commercial district that adjoins it. So I think a lot of these things we can achieve with just simply narrowing streets or bulb outs or doing things, while also trying to retain parking where appropriate. So coming back to your earlier question about which one, I think the first concept on Arundel, which preserves, narrows the travel lanes, keeps parking, and has a buffered bike lane on either side. Just given the volume of bicyclists using that, it's popular within the city, and it's popular with a lot of our neighboring cities up Route 1. A lot of folks take that as a route to get through our community to go into the District of Columbia. So the last comment I was just going to make is just community members. Luke said this as well, but these are concepts, right? We don't have funding available to deliver this yet. We put in for a large federal grant, and we're doing everything we can to get it. And we'll try again if we're not successful in November, December. We'll try again in next year, and there's other opportunities, mostly at the federal level. There's been very little at the state level, but there are some opportunities to build it out. So just know that we're doing everything we can to identify capital resources, because stuff like this, if you've come from DC or you've been to DC, you've seen DC incrementally build infrastructure over like 15 years, because the stuff is doing overhauls like this is not cheap, and it does take resources and it does take time. So, but I just want to let folks know that we're doing everything we can to identify resources. But we have designs. We will need the resources to be able to execute on projects like this and other things that we might do through the toolbox as well. That's it. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And I know you're an avid bike rider, Jarrett. So it's good to hear we're in tune. I mean, quite a few of the council members do ride bikes. I'm talking to a couple in Ward 2 and one in Ward 1 at least. So it's good to know that we're very bike friendly. Somebody has to take it for the team, right? Not me. All right, perfect. Valerie, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everybody putting time and effort into this. I think the toolkit is really is good. I think it will be helpful as we chase federal and state and county and local dollars, because it is so broad and it gives us a lot of opportunity to go into transportation grants, sustainability grants, things like that. So that's good. I liked many of the designs. I think the Mount Rainier Elementary School plan, I think that's generally good. I think there were some concerns about the parking being removed during the day. I think the Upshur Street one was pretty good. I like that a lot, actually. 31st Street, the food forest, I thought that was pretty solid. I do wonder about the actual intersection, and if we're just taking from the toolkit the ideas to improve that intersection at 31st and Taylor, because I think that's still an issue. But other than that, I think this is really good. For Arundel Road, I think the first option is good. I think the protected bike lanes are important. It's part of the East Coast Greenway, so it will become more and more used as that becomes more known. And I think the other thing I'd just remind the public that this is design concepts like Jarrett and Luke alluded to. Engineering comes next, so nothing can be done until engineering comes through and money. So I think that's all I have to say for right now. But thank you for your time and for presenting this. It was a really good presentation.
Thank you so much. So we're at 3 and number 1 right now, you guys. So just FYI. Okay, Danielle.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for everything you guys have done, Mr. Kamali, Mr. Goodman, Luke. You guys have put a lot of heart and soul into this, and it shows. Just real quick, I am in favor of the first on Arundel as well. I like the car buffer zone. As a former paramedic, I would rather have a car hit a car than a car hit a biker any day. So I love that that one right there. Mr. Goodman, I have one question about the greenway, the gardens at the intersections. Those are built into the natural 20-foot buffer where people can't park anyway, right? So we're really not eating into parking, or is it the buffer plus more? That's just a question I have about that.
It depends on which corner you're talking about.
I'm specifically 32nd and Shepherd, because that is my neck of the wood. That whole concept for Mount Rainier is my area. I was just curious about that one, because I know we have a 20-foot buffer. That and I love everything. There's a lot. I have questions. I absolutely love the food forest, but I am going to err on the side of trying to prevent the removal of as many parking spaces around the city as humanly possible. Parking is a commodity around here, and so the more we can save, the better. I think we're going to be both on Arundel and on the inner streets. But that's why I was asking about the buffers. If those gardens are planned inside the no parking zone buffers anyway at the intersections.
Most of them are. Just zooming in on that at 32nd and Shepherd, it looks like there might have been one spot that is interacted with the existing curb extension, but I would say that that could be nudged around. It could be made a bit smaller. I think that is something that could come out in the design details.
Awesome. Sure. Thank you so much for answering my question again. Thank you. I really do love the food forest, the paint on the ground. I absolutely love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dan, much. I'm gonna straight up be like, I like number 1. So I think you're getting very clear message, Mr. Kamali. I'm sure you're like smiling across. Part of it, I'll tell you that even when we had the residents coming to talk to us when it came to the safety of Arundel, quite a few of them said they like the cars to be able to utilize as buffers in order to keep the kids safe as they're walking or as people are biking. So that's very in tune with what we've been hearing for the community. So thank you so much for taking that into consideration. Definitely, the removal parking is not something we need to be doing as much as we possibly can, mainly because we already have limited parking, and I've lived in cities where the parking is even limited, and it creates very easy neighbor wars between one neighbor and the other trying to find a parking spot, and people are not even happy parking one car over their homes. Least along they're gonna love having to park 3 blocks away from when they live, and that is the concern about limiting, reducing parking as much as we can, right? So that's something to be there. As far as the other concepts, I think you guys capture a bit of Rainier. I did put in the first one. I was like, I could definitely see artwork on the floor as well to be able to make it more us. I see a Councilmember Woodall, part of her project is making sure that artwork goes on the streets as well. So that'd be right up her alley as well as our commission, right? My something to point out as well, if you guys notice, all the designs were in the north part of the city, not in the south side of the city. Just a quick reminder that right now we are working on Newton and rebuilding the whole entire street. So the arts work actively happening, they're going to be happening in the south side. So they're not forgotten. Some things that could be utilized are mainly in Otis and in Perry. So that's where the toolkit is going to come in handy because it's a big street and it mirrors other street. But since they won about 6 years ago, Luke, we have made sure to talked about prioritizing some of the designs of us when it comes to 30th Street in the school. So this is like very in tune to where we're at. I think you guys have heard it over and over again, like this, our concept design, engineering comes next. So I want to make sure that I think you've heard it repeatedly, like we don't want to make sure to raise the expectations beyond high and then you'll be like, this little circle wasn't there, right? Aside from that, I think that we have done a diligent job at making sure that even if we cannot afford everything at once, we have put a plan in place and every year we tackle something to get us to where we're at least that's what we did with the first tool design project, right? We had, I mean, when we saw all the streets and sidewalks, we were like, good Lord, are we ever going to afford this? It couldn't have been done in one budget, but we got our, you know, I dot our I's, crossed our T's, and we like put money in the budget to tackle it in a yearly basis to show improvements along the way. So that's part of the things that we could also like reconsider in doing. But it's very key for you guys, the community, to also continue collaborating and working. And if any of you guys know wonderful grants that we could apply, please always keep in mind that we don't have a gigantic budget to do, you know, big, gigantic matching. That's something that realistically we don't have, right? But I want to say, Dan, thank you so much to the team. I know you guys were out there working, Luke, Kamali as well, and everybody that contributed the pieces that they needed last meeting. We did thank everybody that participated as part of the application process, because I think it's also important to thank those people in the community that have been active on it. So I at least at this point, Mr. Kamali and Dan, I think option number one seems to be the one we're going to put forward. And I will be asking council to please add 10 more minutes because we're down to the last 3 and we do have residents that wish to speak on this. So if you guys please add another 10 minutes to the clock, I would definitely appreciate it. All right, can I have a motion on the floor, please?
Move to add 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. I saw Jared mumbling as well, so I'm assuming that was a second, Jared? Okay, is there probably more than second? Any objection, abstention? Hearing none, I'll be opening the floor to the community members. The other thing to say, so if you happen to be on the Zoom call here with us, please say your name, last name, block and street number so that we know who you are, and we'll be calling only people that, like, you know, we know who they are. You have, we'll make this very easy. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. If you represent a group, it's up to 5, but nobody else in the group will get to speak. If that is the case, so I ask you, please give us your comment. Type it in the chat so I could call you in order. If you happen to be on Facebook, usually we read the comments, and then we'll move on from there. And as we have repeatedly said, nothing is being voted upon today. This was a presentation to get the information out there to start getting the ball moving, as we're also waiting for answers for a federal grant to see. I want to put in the universe all the wonderful money we could get. Okay. All right. So I would like to call Mr. Martin Melody, can you go ahead and do you want to speak or do you want me to just read your comment? I could do either.
Just read what I wrote. This is Judy and Marty.
Hello, Judy, Marty. I was like, wait a minute, somebody's missing here. All right, so the comment was several neighbors from across the street of Mount Rainier Elementary are on the Zoom. We are stakeholders and would love to be able to offer observations and input. For myself, the more green and art and less concrete and asphalt, the better. It also seems to me that the most dangerous thing for pedestrian is all of the individual cars that come up the block during drop-off and pick-up of kids. There is some monitoring, but there are still trucks and cars that come in that block at those times, and that seems to be the riskiest thing for walkers. Thanks, and it's exciting to see all these ideas for the city. All right, thank you so much, Marty and Judy. All right, so I have also Mr. Valen from 32nd Street. Go ahead, and then I have Derek. Go ahead.
This is actually Sarah, Andrew's wife. We live right next to Judy and Marty, directly across from the
Go ahead.
elementary school. Thank you all for your great work, your hard work and time. There are just a couple things. I feel like everybody on the calls already mentioned the parking removal as being problematic. And I know especially for our neighbors who don't have driveways or shared driveways, this is very stressful for them to be considering, especially folks with small children who want to be able to park directly in front of their homes. So that's something that I just want to emphasize as being a concern. And then the the crosswalk as it's designed looks to be really big and taking away from some green space directly in front of our home. And so if there's a way to, paint lines on the street so that people are aware that children are crossing without taking away any green area and adding more concrete, that would be, a good consideration to make if it hasn't already been put on the table. I think that's it from us. Thank you all again for all of your efforts.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Derek Reynolds, 4,000 block of 32nd Street with a few comments from.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I know you guys are.
Go ahead.
I know you're trying to keep your time limited, so I'll be very quick. I appreciate all of the efforts on this, and I really love a lot of the green space stuff and the art and the graphic design that makes the city feel so much more like I think about Rainier already. I'll reinforce I'm also opposed to restricting parking on 32nd Street just because it's a one-way street with one side of the street already with no parking. And I also want to note that one of the things I noted on here, as this is something I understood this is related to traffic and safety, I didn't hear anything about the fact that several times a day cars barrel down this one-way street the wrong direction. And I was mentioning that I often feel like I'm going to have an accident backing out of my own driveway with somebody hitting me coming the wrong direction. And some of the worst offenders are people going to the school and collecting trash. They come barreling down the street like 40 miles an hour after they get the dumpsters emptied. But I just worry a little bit that wasn't taken into consideration, more signage or ways to keep traffic from coming the wrong direction on the street, because that happens a lot. I'm sure it's not the only street that happens. But again, thank you so much for listening to the comments.
Thank you so much, Eric. And like I said, it's a concept plan. And I think that thank you for your feedback. We'll make sure to look into that as well as we continue the conversation. I think it's great observations you all have made. So we appreciate you guys being here this late at night. All right, perfect. So do I have anybody else in the chat that would like to speak before I move on to see if you have any comments on Facebook? All right, so Jared and all right, so I'll go ahead and read it for you. Says this is Kira Austin. I can speak at the moment. Kira Austin, 31st Street in Upshur. First, a big thank you to Dan for the excellent presentation, great visuals and concept, and a throughout toolkit. A question perhaps for you and the city, what is the time horizon for starting any of these implementations? This can be an estimate, as I know there are a lot of aspects at play. Best guess 2, 5, 8, 10 years. Assuming the time frame is 2+ years, can someone intermediately steps to be taken in the first year time frame, such as school zone pavement markings by Thomas Elementary, or simply slow pavement markings in some of the other high priority areas? I will imagine something like this will not interfere with any of the larger plans. All right, so who wants to take this one? Mr. Kamali, Luke, where are we at? Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just, right now, as Dan mentioned, this is only a concept. So we have to go to the design phase. And some of this work can be done without going to the phase of, designing. Like we can improve some of the crosswalks, some of the speed tables, the speed humps. But just, give us some time, and we definitely are so excited to implement this project as soon as possible. That's all I can say right now.
Okay, so basically the next steps is they're going to work on design to figure out what potentially could be pulled out depending on the fundings we have right now. And then bring it up before anything is severely done, right? Anything's done. The other thing is I did mention earlier, we are in a group with the city manager, with the mayor, Brentwood, myself, and the persons and their constant charge of this, right? In order to communicate things that we want moving forward. So there is we're waiting a little bit to find the results. So a lot of it's going to depend how much money we're able to get, whether this moves a little bit faster or not. But either way, a design concept will be put in forward and they'll be brought back. But we're hoping that in the next 2 months we get an answer or where we're at with the funding. But as we go into our next year budget, you will see in the agenda we have the calendar. We'll be able to have more information on what's going to be tackled. Jared, do you want to answer this question as well, or where are we with this?
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to mention that when we find out, we'll have to get an award set up. If we find out, let's say, just say we're successful and everyone cross your fingers, we'll have to get an award set up between DOT and the city to start moving forward. There's a 5-year period of performance for that grant. So we would spread the projects over 5 years. And part of the reason for that pace is also that we have to match, we have to bring local match to match the federal contribution. We can't just do federal alone. And so we have to kind of match as we go because our city is so small relative and our budget's so small relative to the, the cost of some of these projects. We'll have to kind of go in this sort of, good projects, good design incrementally. We'll be rolling at a steady pace with this and these and others. But if we're successful, that's roughly how the timeline would go. So everyone cross your fingers. We're really hoping that we emerge successful in the next month or two. Thanks.
Okay, Luke answered to the same question. Because I'm already having a flash in some of the screen that says like 1 minute left, but go ahead. We have to add more time, we'll add more time. And this was like the biggest piece of how do you call it, the meeting, aside from like definitely the budget calendar.
I would maybe suggest that we put money in this budget. We have 700,000, and as Mr. Kamali said, some stuff can get done relatively quickly. So maybe we can ask city staff to put together a timeline for these projects when they think things might start happening, so that residents can have a good understanding of that, and we can have a good understanding of that, and be able to share that. So that'd be my request.
Yeah, I think that's what we asked them to do. But I think it's clear now. So let's work on it. I know you've been working part of the team. Luke, can you make sure we follow through with it as well? All right. Okay. So we have about a minute. Let me go check the chat to see if there's last little bit left. Let me see. I can't unmute myself. Susan on 32nd Street. Love this community. Fled DC after 36 years. We love to have you here too. Happy to be here. Thanks for listening to us. I endorse the comment of my neighbors. I am so sorry. Reserving parking and effectively enhancement to safety. Green is a nice bonus. All right, perfect. And Kara did say thank you. Appreciate the comments. All right. Okay, so before Melissa sends another flash of time in front of my screen. All right, so Mr. Kamali, I think the next steps are a timeline to figure out what the implementation of this is. Keeping us posted one we hear in a result. Part of the timeline, please make sure you add the information that Jared also listed when it comes to what matches are. And to be clear, you cannot match federal with federal. That means we cannot be matching ARPA money to this. So that's also part of the challenge. And we need to make sure we're not leaving beyond our means, right? So we're not going to get in crazy debt just trying to solve this problem, but we want to make sure the steps are taken and happening. The other thing is option number 1 was the one that unanimously was supported. And it was not voted. It was, very strongly supported by all members of council. Okay. All right. So is there anything I'm missing? Luke, I see you looking at me. We're good so far for the next steps, and then bring it back to a next meeting so that we could have more of we could have a follow-up presentation. Okay. Thank you. Dan, if there's any way, since option number 1 was the one we selected, if that could be put in a document diagram, not like it looks right now, it will definitely make it easy to visualize it for our residents. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and fine-tuning the things that we mentioned. Okay, so everybody has stated their piece. We're gonna move on. Thank you so much for all the work that you guys have done, for the great input, and thank you for the residents for hanging around with us. Maybe we need to put this item more in the agenda to have a lot more joining us as well. I'll be Toole Design, maybe. All right. Thank you, Toole Design, to your whole entire team. It's always wonderful to work with you. And thank you for listening also to our residents and making sure their voices are very predominant. Okay. So thank you, Dan. Have a good night, Dan.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Good night.
All right. Moving on to item number 5. I am doing it is 8:44 p.m. Just keep that in mind, and if anything we need to get out of here aside from this make sure that we review the budget calendar so that way we do not lose track of time. So I'll make sure that, you know, that has to be covered tonight, if we need to, like, you know, extend this meeting to a different day. Okay. All right. So moving on to item number 5, update discussion on the Wayfinding sign project and survey results from Usource Construction. Usource Construction will present the revised Wayfinding signs and service result from our Rainier business owners to the mayor and council as recommended at the June work session. So I see Miss Shirley here, all smiling. So Miss Shirley, I'm gonna cede the floor to you. Welcome to our meeting tonight.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening again. Thank you for having me. Mayor Benitez, it's always good to see you smiling, even at almost 9 o'clock. Lots to discuss. Mr. Kamali and the city council members and residents, thank you. We were here maybe about a month and a half. Time goes by so fast. So time is running. I know you have a lot on your agenda today, so I will jump right in. One of the things I wanted to just kind of take the time to kind of walk through where we kind of left it off from the last meeting. There were a lot of comments that were made, but I'll also, before doing that, introduce Ajani Irish, who's our assistant project manager and working with both myself and Ronald Hopkins and his team on the Wayfinding project. With that being said, just kind of a quick snapshot of where we were last time we met. So the last time we met, if you can recall, there was 3 options that we presented. And there were varying options, and the feedback at the time varied. We had a few that were leaning towards option A because it was in keeping with Mount Rainier's brand. That resonated. And there were other preferences for some color and a little bit more of that character that these 2 options would bring to the community. So with that being said, we went back, talked through some of the reviews and comments that were made, and what Ron decided to do along with his team members is get some feedback from the community. So they presented all 3 options, and before, just so I can just jump ahead, as the 3 options were explored and assessed, the unanimous response was option B, and that being this one here, which is the more colorful. You kind of have a little bit more of the tone and a little more graphically attractive and kind of jumps out more. And I wanted to have Aaliyah from Ronald's team provide a little bit more background, a little more information about the survey process itself. So I'm going to yield and let Aaliyah just talk through that a little bit. And then we'll open it up for some quick questions if you have any before presenting the updated samples.
Right. Are you here, Leah?
Yes, I am. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Of course, of course. So just real quick. So we did go with option B, and that was sent out to the community. And the survey was pretty simple. I believe we had about 50 results. So yeah, about 50 results, and option B was the winner. So we had the survey sent out via email, but some of us also went door to door up Rhode Island Avenue and 34th Street. And option B was the most liked. So that's the one that we went with.
Okay, perfect. You don't have to be nervous. You know us, and it's a little intimidating at times. I mean, you guys have to meet her. She's wonderful. So you did a wonderful job explaining the process and to clarify and address. They did online, but they also went door to door. This team usually does a lot of door to door, face to face communication with the businesses. They are well known in the community. They are well known to the businesses, and I hear a lot of positive feedback of the interaction with the community. All right. So is there, Shirley? I know that last time we discussed that we wanted to see mileage added to the sign. Like if we say an example, nature center, so many, and I'll tell you this, I travel quite a bit, and to me, like that mileage alone lets me decide whether I have to take an Uber, whether I have to walk, or whether I'm gonna have to like skip or like jump on a scooter, right? To be realistic. But I think that that's something that we did collectively as part of like, you know, having that sign, because it becomes very key to guide us through the city. All right, so and the grant is for Rhode Island and 34. Just to be clear, if the city decides to put money later on to do another parts of the city, we can, but you know, this is what we're addressing right now. There's a reason why it's this intersections right here, because it's part of the Main Street, how do you call it, budget that we got? Because that question was asked to me a couple of times on why is that just there and not somewhere else. All right, I'm gonna open it up to Shirley, do you have anything else to add, or do you want me to just, are you good?
Your point with the adding the actual mileage, once we confirm the location, we'll incorporate those because we'll have more accurate information to base the measurements off of.
Thank you so much. I'd be like, you were 0.01 away. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so I'm gonna go with Valerie. Jared, go ahead. Ward 2.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I think this is a good addition to our city. I think this is a good downtown Main Street look. So thank you. I don't have anything else to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Jared?
Same here. Thanks for reaching out, for gathering feedback from broader than just us. I feel like my aesthetic preferences sometimes are questionable. They're very monotone. So I like your feedback on option B. Community folks' feedback on option B being kind of a more colorful and more visual one. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Jared. Luke? You're on mute, Luke.
Yeah, sorry, having trouble getting off mute. No, I just appreciate all the work, especially the survey results. I appreciate you guys going to get that. Like I said, I think my tastes are different, so I'm good with getting the results here on B and all the work that y'all put in here. And so excited to see some wayfinding in the city.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much, Luke. Danielle?
Yes, Shirley, thank you so much. I love these. I love the placement, your ideas here, and I'm with them on the aesthetics. But you know what? It's what the businesses want, the businesses get, and you know, and I'm monotone in that aspect too. But you know, it's like the flashy colors will catch people's attention. So, you know, our opinions aren't always right. So, but I trust you. You're the girl. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I guess, Mr. Kamali and Shirley, what are the next steps? So we have some clarity. And before you do that, let me give you a little feedback. I was like more leaning towards option B anyways. So I'm glad to hear the businesses we're in agreement. It mainly has to do because we're in our district, so we do things a little bit more artsy. The other thing that we have a lot of problem is that most people don't even realize they cross Maryland into Mount Rainier. So this would be a good way to be like, we're here and this is who we are. I will tell you that Brentwood does a beautiful job of putting their logo all over the city. I know exactly where the borders are at, but you definitely know as you entering Brentwood, and I don't want it to be like they know they're Mount Rainier by the time they hit the circle, right? And, Route 1 is very important to us, and want to make sure we also guide their eye to other possibilities somewhere else, and also make it friendlier for the new residents that want to know what else is going on. Our city is very, very heavily divided into about 5 to 6 sections. When you have more people exiting through Easter than they do on Rhode Island or, even on some of the areas of Brentwood. So this will, I feel like will cohesiveness to bring us more together for new and former residents. So Shirley, Mr. Kamali, and I don't know, and I apologize, Ron, I'm not sure if you're here. I don't see Ron. Okay, please let us know what the next steps are. So what are the next steps after this, Shirley, Mr. Kamali?
Shirley, go ahead.
Sure. So Johnny had put a slide together. In the interest of time, I think the unanimous decision here is to go with the more attractive signage. There is, Johnny, if you want to take a few minutes just to kind of highlight just kind of the 4 locations. There's going to be 4 signs at 4 different locations. 2 coming from the east side of Rhode Island Ave and another 2 coming from the west side. And so the goal here is to have one a little further out that kind of, as vehicular traffic and pedestrians walking and driving, they kind of see it. And then they have another one closer to the Rotary that again will re-inform them on where the key landmarks are. As far as the key landmarks are concerned, those are the most frequented destinations. And again, we don't want to have too much because then it gets too cluttered. Then people get confused. So we're limiting it to a number of 4 or 5 on each sign. And that's going to look, focus on the primary destinations, the retail, restaurant indicators, and also government offices. And of course, lastly is the arts district. To your point, Mayor Benitez, is making sure folks understand where the arts attractions, because we know that's what Rainier really is known for. So those are the 4 core areas. And I'm kind of going through it because I know time is of the essence here for everybody. I'm happy to share it, but you tell me how you want to proceed, and how you feel about, just the information that's been shared so far.
You're on mute.
Here, you are muted.
So I heard Valerie, thank you so much, Mr. Kamali. I heard Valerie said she was good. Thumbs up, you guys, if you're good, to move on to the next item. All right, Shirley, the only thing I'm going to definitely ask is to make sure that when the colors are put on, that we are sensitive to some of them a little bit hard to see with for people that have a limitation in color correction. So be a little bit more sensitive to that as well, to make sure they're that we do see them and it doesn't becomes a problem. Okay.
Certainly. Anything else, feel free to let us know. Mr. Kamali, we communicate. So if there's anything else that comes up, we're happy to incorporate it before
Perfect.
they go.
So, Council, if you have any questions, direct it to the city manager and he'll work through it. Okay. So that way we're not bombarding Shirley. She has a lot of wonderful projects she's working in the city, and she and her team is very busy. So I want to make sure that we focus our time and efforts on that end. And that way, like, it's filtered. So when Mr. Kamali talks to Shirley, if there's something like, it's they could be in like their common communication that they have. Okay. All right. So both of you guys, thank you so much. I want to say only 4 of you guys, the whole economic development team advisors, Mr. Hopkins, Shirley, Honey, and Mr. Kamali, thank you guys so much for all this effort and making sure that you guys went very out of your way to make sure you follow through with the things that we asked you, because 50 responses, quite a bit of people speaking up. So thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you as well. You guys have a good evening.
Shirley, have a good night and thank you so much. You spend a lot of time in the city, so I'm pretty sure I'll be seeing you around probably by Thursday. All right.
Thank you, Shirley.
All right. Yes, have a good night.
Have a good night. Okay, everyone. It is 9 o'clock at night. Okay, we still have a couple of items in the list. Okay. All right. So next we have item number 6. Presentation discussion on the Newton Street between Otis Street and 37th Street. Green infrastructure improvements, schematics design from LID Center. The Mayor and Council received a presentation from LID Center team on the schematics design of Newton Street between Otis Street and 37th Street green infrastructure improvement. This is what I was mentioning earlier, that there is work being done in the south side and heavily actively right now that's going to be starting. So I want to make sure that people don't feel that nothing's happening in the south side because, I live in the south side, so things will be happening. All right. Thank you so much. So, David, I see you here. Let me see, who else is here? So, David, I'm going to cede the floor to you because okay, go ahead, David.
Hello, everybody. I'm David Miller. I'm the Director of Engineering at the Low Impact Development Center. And with me are Greg, who is our lead engineer, and Blair, who is our lead landscape designer. So I will share, I started a PowerPoint and it kind of turns out it's a lot easier to see in PDF. So when we get there, I will turn the PDFs on. So just want to talk to everybody about a few things today about our Newton Street design. We'll go over our schematic design. This is the point where we would love to get some feedback from Mayor and Council, a little bit of direction, and that'll help us shape the design as we move into the concept and the permitting stage. And just a reminder for everyone, this project has some federal funding, and that funding expires next year. So time is of the essence. We're moving to permit as quickly as we can to make sure that we get those funds spent and that we get everything constructed. We'll talk about some considerations in the area. So there are some other potential projects that might happen later, and we're trying to incorporate that into the design. And then I'll show you a few options and precedents that we've put together, and it gives you an idea of what some of the things might look like and some of the options we have with the design. So I'll switch over to our PowerPoint. So this is our schematic design right now. So just to orient everyone, this is Newton Street.
David, I don't think
David, we cannot see anything except for the agenda. Do you need power to share a screen or something that you could send to our team?
Let me see if I can adjust. How about now?
We could see it now. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have been talking to myself for 20 minutes. So just north of Newton Street is Otis Street. And then we also have Newton Place, which is a private road that touches. And then we're bounded by 37th Street at the bottom and I believe 34th at the top. So this design, there's a few things that we're really aiming to do. Number one is we're going to provide some traffic calming. We are very, very mindful of parking. We know that parking is a big issue in the city. So our traffic calming and our green infrastructure has that in mind. We're trying to limit the number limit the impact to parking that we have. With that, we also have some traffic calming devices, speed bumps, bump outs to narrow the road in places to prevent people from moving at high speeds through the street. We're adding some green infrastructure. So we have stormwater bump outs or rain gardens, and these will treat stormwater. And with that, and one of our favorite things to do is we have a lot of areas here that don't have a lot of storm drain. And so when you have rain, you can get very high amounts of water in the roads. So with our green infrastructure, we're going to include a little bit of gray infrastructure and connect into the system. So we'll be providing that capacity that can help deal with our increasing storm events due to climate change and should help out the area. And one of the other things that we've done here is a full tree inventory of this entire area. So this is something that we'll be providing to the city, as well as some recommendations for maybe some trees that may be in poor condition or struggling with pruning from power lines, and then some new trees and new plantings that we'll be able to include in the design to enhance and preserve the character of the neighborhood while we make some of these changes. So I'll just walk us through the design. One of the things we're looking at as well is there are some handicap ramps and similar infrastructure in the general vicinity that are a little bit old and might need repair. So we're always considering those things in what we do. So this entire street, if you've been down here, is kind of a mishmash of patches. Just a lot of utility work has been done. So one of the first things we're doing, we're going to kind of repave the entire street during our project. We're going to have 4 stormwater devices. Those will all be on the northwest side of Newton Street. This is because of the nature of the street is where the water drains to. It also allows us to connect into the storm drain system. In this area on the southern side of the road, we're going to be introducing kind of a planting bed area, and that could be turf if that's what the city wanted, or it could be aesthetic plantings, native plants, things that are a little bit of a higher level, and then that will mesh in and match with these other planting areas that we're using for traffic calming that go along the street. We'll be redoing the sidewalk along the entire street, and a big issue in this area is the interface between trees and the existing sidewalk. Sidewalk is being pushed up and damaged in some locations. So, and you can see, especially in this top area here, we're going to be using flexi-pave in areas where there are large trees and where trees are impacting the sidewalk. We'll use regular concrete in areas where this isn't an issue. When we're proposing a tree planting and we're using concrete, we're going to use some type of what they call suspended pavement system like silvacells, and this will allow the tree roots to go under the sidewalk without damaging it. So kind of planning for the future as these trees mature. I think that basically covers our schematic design. I don't know, Mayor and Council, if you would like to ask questions or comments now, or if I should, walk through the other parts in the precedents.
Can you go ahead and walk through it and console? We could always go back to this, put in the screen if need be, so we could hear the complete thing, okay? Just in the essence of time, and now we could like deep dive after, okay?
Sounds great.
Good,
So
all right, go ahead.
one of the big considerations, and this is just an example here, is there are a lot of utilities in this area. This is pretty common in the city, especially as you see on the south side of the street. There's a lot of overhead electric, sewer lines, water lines, gas lines, you name it. And so one of the things that we are taking into consideration here is in some places we may have to limit our tree plantings a little bit, because it doesn't do you any good to plant a nice oak tree under a power line and then it gets pruned and you have issues. So when we have situations like this, there are a few options. Sometimes we prefer shrubs and shorter plants. Occasionally we can use ornamental trees if the power lines are high enough. I'm not the tree expert, that's Blair. So if you have questions about that, I'm sure I'll be happy to answer. And I also wanted to show you, they have this alley that's kind of behind in these houses. We know, and we've been talking with Mr. Kamali about some stormwater issues here. It is a private street, and it's not really in the scope of this grant, but we are considering that the city may be taking action in the future to address some of this. So when we add our storm drain, we're going to make sure it is sized and that it's accessible. So if the city ever needs to join a new project with this project, that'll already be planned for. And then I will jump over to our plant and our site features. So we'll be having a few of these, and there are 4 bioretention bump outs. And so this is, and we'll provide this, I think it has been provided, the plant inspiration. So always we use native plants, plants that are visible and have different features in different seasons so that it never looks dead and bare. And these plants help with the stormwater treatment in these devices. And if you have specific questions, we can come back to the plant palettes. The landscaping bump outs are a little bit different. We're not capturing stormwater there. These are for traffic calming and for aesthetics. And so they might have a slightly different plant palette because they have different conditions, right? There's not the same drought and flood conditions that you have in a rain garden. So there's an additional palette here, but as you can see, there are some similarities and they will be tying together. So it'll be a holistic design. One of the big questions that we have for council and for the Public Works Department, we want to utilize some, we call them structural practices. In reality, it basically means a rain garden in a box. And this allows us to do a few things. We can treat a little bit more water, we can manage a bit more water, and we can really limit the number of parking spaces that we're taking away, as well as we can avoid utilities. So this will allow us to do a lot more in a small area. They can look very different. So especially if you look at the bottom, you kind of have a standard box and it has a tree sticking out. It probably wouldn't be a crepe myrtle. There are some that are open top. Those will look very similar to any rain garden you've seen before. And then we also have these interesting ones. They kind of look like a curb inlet with grass on top, or it can be mulch and planted. And then you can also have a tree, an ornamental tree or something in the center. And these are just a few examples. So we would really love some feedback on what the city would prefer in this area, or if there are strong feelings about that. And then just to show a few of our other features that we're using, some examples, we're using that flexi-paved sidewalk. I know you've used that in different parts of the city around the Pennyroyal Station area. For instance, landscaping bump outs, the bioretention bump outs, and then here's another example in practice of one that is not too far from from the location. So hopefully didn't spend too much time and got everything across, and would love to hear your questions.
All right, thank you so much, David. I know we're I think at number 5 or 6. All right, so Mr. Kamali, anything to add to start with? And if you're not the speaker, can you guys please shut your mics? If not, we'll be shutting the mics for you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The only thing that I want to bring to everybody's attention, this is one of the ARPA projects that Mayor and Council has allocated $922 for this project. And hopefully we're gonna resolve some of the drainage, which is the big issue in this area, and also the sidewalk and roots intrusion in the area. So hopefully, once this project is complete, at least we have accomplished some good objective in this regard. And I do appreciate Toole Design. The only thing that I want to remind them regarding the type of the rain garden that we use, David, we use the curb cuts. So that's the one that we have used, and we have utilized Chesapeake Bay grant so far, and we have so many rain gardens that has been installed in all over the city, and we can show it to you anytime you want.
Yep, and
all right,
that
thank
sounds,
you.
Yeah, that sounds great, Mr. Kamali. These will, we'll coordinate on that and make sure that it looks the way the city wants.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I think that's also going to be a side conversation you guys could have, but I think it's good that you address it so that way there's a flow and cohesiveness to make sure that that's what fits there. And thank you for the consideration, making sure that parking's not affected, because that's a technically one-way street, right? And parking is a big issue all over the city, especially in this spot. So in saying that, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the floor, and then we need to discuss before we finish this conversation. I want to make sure we talk about steps, and I'll tell you is that I want to make sure that we have a meeting with the community in that block. I know that me and Luke have had it successfully on it, so that way we hear from them directly and they get to see where the process is at. I definitely want to make sure that the community members know that if you go to our city webpage, every project that we are working on has like maps and information on where we're at, and the city constantly update them so that way you could see this information. So this is going to be going up there as well. That is, thank you, Mr. Kamali, for fulfilling that request, in making sure that, you know, the residents, even if they're in the meetings, know what the city is working on and what step we're on. But I definitely will have to meet up with some dates to figure out when we could have a community meeting right there, so we could bring it up to the residents in the Newton Street, because that's something that we did promise we were going to do, and I'd like to follow up with the things that I promised them. Okay, so Luke, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you guys for doing all this work. I appreciate it. I would say a couple of things on the tree plan. Let's just make sure that gets to the tree commission so they can see what's planned. And you can also share with them the idea for the native planting. I think we're all supportive of that. I don't think the tree commission wants to take on work of picking. I think as long as it's all native, it looks good. My recommendation there would be, you know, I know Rocio is asked to contract out the maintenance of our rain gardens, and I think it would be key for whoever we decide is our contractor for the maintenance to understand what the original landscape was, so that when they do the maintenance, they know what's native, they know what's not, they know what to pull, what to weed out, they know what needs to stay there. And so just making that connection point between the contractor who's doing the maintenance, and so they can be aware of the installation and how it's supposed to work, I think is fundamental for sustained success, and making sure those look beautiful, and then obviously the biological benefit to the native species. And other than that, this looks great again, and just really happy that we're at this point. Just a lot of happy stuff happening at this meeting. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Luke. So please make sure that's part of the information that's going to be sent out when we go ahead and hire the people, that they're aware that native plant, they have to be familiar with native plant and how to take care of them. Look, would that sum up that part? Okay, perfect. And that goes for most of our projects in the sense, because we are very big in native plant on it. So, all right, perfect. Danielle, I'm going to give you the floor since you're Ward 1. Go ahead, and then I'm going to go with Valerie and Jared.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this wonderful schematic and explanations. I appreciate it. And your ideas on the different rain gardens were awesome. My main concern, I'm going to echo Mayor and Luke with the parking. As long as parking doesn't get, shoved out, I'm all on board. So it looks great. I love the idea of all the green planting space there at the especially in the first part of Newton there towards 34th. I mean, just looking down, people driving by will look down and it'll just look nice too. So thank you very much for all the hard work and thought you guys put into this.
Okay, we're gonna go. Did I say Valerie, Jared, Valerie? Which one was it?
You said Valerie Jarrett, so I'll take it. Thank you. I think this looks pretty good. I definitely think a community meeting would make sense, just to remind people that this is going to happen. Mr. Kamali, you said that the mayor and council had allocated ARPA funds in 922,000. It looks like the amount would be 952,000. Is there a plan for this? The second page of the agenda package. I'm just wondering, is there a plan for the additional 30,000?
Well, the mayor and council have approved $922,000 in ARPA. So we just have a rough estimation right now. This is not the final, so it could go down or up, but hopefully we get it done. We get it lower than what is right now, projected. So I'm just gonna do my negotiation, tactic, and make sure that we get it to the point that we can implement the project. Definitely.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Valerie. And I'm hoping that if we apply to the Chesapeake rain gardens, that will reduce some of the costs as well. I think we've been very successful grabbing those as well. But great question. Yeah, Jerry with double T. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Just really exciting to see this stuff. Luke and Selena, thanks for these these projects. A lot of these kicked off and got rolling before as I came on the council. So it's really exciting to see all this activity. I'll just echo everything everyone else said. Some community outreach obviously important, and Mr. Kamali, I know we don't quite know what the actual final cost is till we put out the bid and we get bids, because everything is, of course, just an estimate. But hope we get competitive bids and hope we can find ways to drive the cost down without affecting the project. That's all. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Jared. So I do have some feedback I wanted to address. On the corner of 34 and Newton, I don't see a crosswalk. We might need to implement one there, mainly because we also have kids that take the bus to go to school around there. And it becomes like a speed highway if we don't. So I want to make sure that ideally the kids are visible, so that when people are driving, there's a precaution there. The other thing is, although it's a one-way street, we are having a lot of trouble with people going in the wrong direction, coming from 37 and Eastern. So we need to maybe figure out what we need to do to slow down that pace right there. I think the speed bumps will help, but the reality is some people don't give much consideration to the speed bumps. So I think we need to start looking also when it comes to the turn, even the block above, what could potentially be done. I know right now we did put a sign a couple years back, Mr. Kamali, that helped some, but I think that maybe even, I don't want to shut it down, but put one of those big signs, like I mentioned before, the Brainwood has, it says no enter in little tiny words, from this time to this time, right? So that way they need to go the opposite end. And we are fully aware also that the alley is very much utilized as a street. So thank you for some contemplating some of the items that we're dealing with when it comes to water back there. So that's something that we need to start working on revisiting. I do have a question regarding the underground water that was happening, right? did we find out if there was a tube connecting anything from the outlet in, or how are we with those results? Was there any more information on that? Because I know you guys were working on it. Some of the residents did tell me that, you know, there was, you know, seeking into that as well. Any feedback on that one?
So there are a few, I will call, unique stormwater features in this area. One is there is a storm pipe that goes underneath a building. So that's not something that's allowed at this point with regulations. What we're doing with that is we're going to intercept that water before it gets to that inlet. And so trying to go and touch that and mess with that storm drain pipe would potentially open the city up to liability, because it's now yours once you've touched it. So we're just intercepting that water. As far as the pipe and the potential inlet in the alley, we were not able to find any information on that, and we aren't able to locate it. I think it's likely that it was abandoned at some point and paved over. So at this point for the Newton Street project, it's not, I don't think utilizing or adjusting those pipes is something I would recommend. However, if there is a project later in the alley, it could be something that we could attempt to locate and see if we could intercept or abandon.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I needed to ask because that's one of those questions that they ask repeatedly to us. I want to make sure that it's aware that we did take that into consideration. I mean, I wouldn't mind planting a couple like little plants around that one. And I think one of the things that definitely help is like one of the neighbors cemented like a big hole where a lot of water used to come, and it was a disaster. So that was very good for it. So time has been up, but if we have anybody from the community that wishes to speak, please let us know. We'll go ahead and add more time. But I will work with you, Mr. Kamali, and to figure out, like, you know, when we could go to the community so we could match calendars. So that way we follow up with that concern. So if we have nothing on Facebook and nothing here, I'm ready to move on to the next item. Okay. And Mr. Kamali and his team will be able to put these plans up. So please make sure you guys will take into consideration crosswalk on 34 and Newton as important, and also how do you call it, the turn in from Newton to from what's it called, 37 Eastern to 37 to Newton as well, because if not, it's going to continue an issue. All right, perfect. I did have Kira say we're excited for this change. That's Cynthia that we're like Newton and Sakira extra presentation. Okay, so I'm gonna end time because David, can you do me a favor and please stop doing screen sharing so you could give it back to Melissa or Jared so that we could move on with the meeting. And David, thank you so much for putting this together as well. We're like on it. Your team definitely works very hard for this community. So we appreciate you guys a lot as well. Blair, pleasure to meet you as well. And we'll see you around. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to be spending quite a bit of time here, Greg, as well. All right. And we usually know them by LID in case somebody was confused on why I said the bigger name, but it is low impact development, I believe it is. It always throws people off. All right.
Thank you very much for having me.
Of course. Have a great night and thank you guys so much. Okay. All right. Moving on to number 7. It is 9:23. So keep that in mind. At the minimum, we need to make sure the what's it called, the budget schedule is on the meeting, okay? Because if not, it's gonna like just create a domino effect of things that I'm not trying to start, and we work really hard on the budget calendar. All right. So moving on to item number 7. Presentation on letter of support on WMATA rail expansion proposal. As to minute, Councilmember Stoffels will present the letter of support. And this is something that we had discussed previously, so it's no news to he put a beautiful presentation together in the last meeting. So go ahead, Jared, the floor is yours.
Yep, this is just to summarize. Last meeting I presented on WMATA, or better colloquially known as Metro's plan to they have a public plan to present 6 different alternatives for expanding rail service in the region. Just in some, 2 of the 6 basically included either no action or increasing bus and rail frequency on the existing system. 4 of the new proposals included a new rail line, including a new Potomac River crossing, new service, excuse me, sorry, a new Potomac River crossing, new stations downtown, sort of north of the existing ones, going east-west. And then 3 out of the 4 proposals included a service to northern Prince George's County, including a bunch of stops in Northeast DC, Ivy, Union City, Union Market, Ivy City, Fort Lincoln, and then actually coming through nearby to the port cities and Hyattsville. So we had a consensus last week that we were obviously in support of transit. We were in support of additional service in the vicinity. And this letter, I can, if you want to scroll down real quick, I won't read the entire thing because it's been in the agenda packet, and also sorry, it was in the agenda packet, and it was also public and everyone on the call. So basically, I'm just talking about we're in support of these investments. We appreciate new rail service. They enhance regional mobility. Scroll down, Melissa. This plan, adding new service, addresses access, critical employment, to critical access to employment in the region. As folks know, jobs are on the west side. A lot of low housing, especially for low and moderate folks, including folks in our communities on the eastern side of the region. We're not speaking on any sort of specific proposals, especially because, we're not speaking on any specific siting or any specific corridors. We're in general support of more service and service coming near us that will bring additional mobility to our community. So, basically I made 3. So Metro has to select an LPA or locally preferred alternative. And comments are due on that in September 30th. They'll make a decision in the next month or 2 on which one they're going to go. So we basically, I set up three major points. One, that we should invest more in transit. So, so there's some alternatives to not add any transit. We support the ones including adding more new rail service. So that was kind of premise 1. Premise 2, that you should invest in the eastern side of the region in Prince George's County. So we suggest that WMATA pursue the alternatives that include basically the lines that included service, new additional service in northern Prince George's County. And one thing I said, and actually folks may not know this, MTA Maryland actually in the 90s actually did a proposal. So this corridor, this part of northern Prince George is Route 1 communities, Hyattsville, Colmar Manor, port towns, Mount Rainier. We were, originally the Green Line, basically, which could have potentially gone up sort of in the area of Route 1 corridor, and actually ended up going north, West Hyattsville, Prince George's Plaza, or now Hyattsville Crossing, and sort of avoided a lot of the population centers. And then MTA in the mid 90s actually proposed a streetcar going up Route 1 that was never built, obviously, and that just ended at the study. But I think there's a new opportunity as Metro's looking at new lines to consider, citing the new line along sort of our historic and population centers where there's a lot of need. So that's basically it. And that was actually a very long explanation. So if I could probably reread the letter. But in sum, that's what the letter is. We're in support, and we if there's going to be a new line near us, the questions about where the site, what corridor, what streets are going to go down, where the stations are going to be, that would be the next step. The first step is to show that we're in support of new transit service near us, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you for putting this letter together in order for us to have a voice in the initial conversation. And once again, to emphasize what you said, this is like this letter of support, and then we could additional letter will probably be sent, and this is what we decide when it comes to the nitty gritty of the options, and also like obviously working with our colleagues around the cities. All right, so let me see, Valerie. We're gonna go Valerie, Danielle, and Luke. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jarrett, thank you for putting this together. I sent you my one little typo edit that earlier today, but other than that, I think we're all set. I'm glad that you put it together, and I'm happy that you're working to support more transit near Mount Rainier. I think it's really necessary well into the future. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for reviewing it, Valerie, as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jarrett. Well, you can really tell this is in your wheelhouse. I'm just thank you for looking out for us for now and for the future. So good job.
Luke.
Jared, thanks for putting this together. No comments. Thank you.
No comments, so you made a comment. All right, Jared already said what I had to say. Melissa, can you go ahead and put in a letterhead and get it ready to be sent? Jared, if you could provide any email that they could send it. Usually we do email and then send it in paper. And I'll get ready. I'll swing by Thursday and get this done. On Thursday, I'll give you guys my schedule, but I'll give you list Thursday morning. Okay, so it's a very busy schedule. All right, so thank you, Jared, for putting this together and making sure the voices follow through. I know you'll keep us up to date if anything happens, and when it comes to next steps as well. Correct, Jared? Thank you so much. All right. So letters ready to go. All right, let me see. Oh, my beautiful item. Presentation discussion and FY25 budget calendar. The mayor and council will have a discussion, the FY25 budget calendar. We usually do this to alert the mayor and council and the community members of what our budget will look like. Can you put it on the screen, Melissa, please? To let you guys know key days, important information. Some of those days we're very tight with, because there are very strict requirements to follow through. That's why if anything was going to come out after all the presentations, this is one of the things we need to discuss today. So that way we vote on approve in October. And then Melissa gets to working behind scenes on everything she needs to do to make it happen. And that includes up to this point, because there's no legislation that has changed, making sure it goes at the right times in the newspaper and so on and so on, so on. And making sure they put it in our calendar so that way we are aware of what this looks like. So you have a whole resolution in front of you. This is like basically mandated resolution that you have to put together to, and we'll read through it, right? The council must adopt the budget in the expenditure fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, ending July 30, 2025. The budget should be provided a complete financial plan for the upcoming fiscal year, include estimates of anticipation revenues and proposed expenditures, and whereas Charter Section 702 provides that a budget for the next fiscal year should be submitted to the mayor and council no later than March 31st of each year. And whereas the deadline for the council to adopt a city budget for fiscal year 2025 is June 30, 2024. Whereas the budget process is a lengthy one. Let me repeat that. It's a lengthy one. And whereas it's necessary to inform the public about the proposed budget, hold a public hearing on the proposed budget, and allow for citizen review and comment before final adoption of the budget ordinance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the council of the city, can you guys put city council? The city council of the city of Mount Rainier, Maryland. One, following the calendar of events is adopted for the preparation and adoption of the city of Mount Rainier budget fiscal year FY25. So this is like starting July 1st, 2024, or as it was stated earlier. So I'm going to read this aloud, so it's in a verbal record, okay? So date, Tuesday, September 19, 2023, work session for setting proposed budget calendar for FY25 budget. Tuesday, October 3rd, first reading of resolution setting proposal budget for calendar FY 2025 budget. So this will be on the next voting agenda, okay? Tuesday, November 7, adopt resolution setting proposed budget calendar for FY 2025 budget. All right, go on. Thursday, November 9, budget instructions issued to all city departments, committees, and community groups. And this is usually being done by our city manager and our clerk. All right, Friday, December 29. Oh man, that's gonna cut close. That might be the only item on the agenda of the day. Deadline for all city departments, committees, and community groups to submit budget FY24 requests to city manager. From there, the city manager and the finance team gets together and starts working through it. All right, Friday, February 16, city manager submits proposed budget FY25 to the council. Tuesday, February 20, city manager presents proposed budget FY25 to council. Council holds a work session on proposed budget FY 2025 and discuss of tax rate. So on that day, please be ready to discuss tax rate. I do ask for you guys to review the proposal when it's submitted by the city manager on the 16th, so that way we can prepare and ready. Usually our city manager will give us proposals that we ask moving forward, so that we have a clear understanding of what this is. Thursday, March 7, 2024, notice published in the Prince George's Post and our Sentinel of public hearings and proposed FY25 budget schedule for March 23, 2024. Constant yield rate will be posted and published. Okay. If something changes in the legislation, we will adjust, because right now my understanding is proposals might be putting forward in order to remove that and just make it potentially just like our website newsletter and not necessarily the newspaper. Okay, but that's a Maryland legislative thing. All right, Saturday, March 23rd, 2024. This item was added a few years back actually technically by my request and the request of the council, to make sure that people that cannot make it during the week, they could like join us on during the weekend. And that day we make sure to not hold any events, make calendars blocked off. So that's priority number 1 for all of us. Item number 1 will be a public hearing and public comment on proposed budget FY 2025. That's when the committee gets to talk about it. And item number 2, council work section following the hearing on budget FY 2025. Melissa, can you go ahead and add that to this? That says like following the work session, so that was a little clear. All right, Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, discussion of FY 25 proposed budget and first reading into the record FY 2025 budget ordinance. So be ready for a wonderful night. Tuesday, April 9, 2024, public hearing on proposed budget, FY 25 budget and discussion by City Council FY25 proposed budget. Wednesday, April 24, 2024, second reading of FY 2025 budget ordinance and a possible vote. So council be prepared to potentially vote on the second reading that day. On May 7th, that's a Tuesday night. If needed, vote on FY 2025 budget ordinance. That means if we do not come to a consensus or majority of possible vote on the 24th. And we added a secondary, which is June 4, a second, if needed, vote on FY 2025 budget ordinance. To point out a couple of things, we did our very best, I now work with Melissa, to make sure that we avoided spring break, as some people wanted that last year, and move it around if need be. So I'll move it up completely, Melissa. For item number 2. It says the budget calendar for the preparation and adoption of the City of Rainier budget may be amended or adjusted by council as necessary. So there's like, the signature pages. Okay, the extra page. All right. So council, take a look at it. I'm going to go around. If you see something already that you want to flag for us before we like submit it again for like for our vote, please take a look at it. And I have asked communications to make sure that they put it in the city calendar. They've done that every year for quite a bit of time now, to make sure that the community knows that we are aware as well, so we're better prepared. Okay, so I'm going to start with Jared. Go ahead.
I don't have any items to add on this particular calendar. One thing I just wanted to make sure we think about for next year or the year after this one is, I know every single time we have an election, we have a we haven't passed the budget by the time the new council member gets sworn in. So they have this sort of awkward dynamic of voting on a budget that was largely formed before them. So in maybe think about not this next year, but for the budget year after, about adjusting the schedule so we don't have that overlap. That was my only comment.
100%, and that's what we tried to do last year, but it went a little bit further of running that it was, and I think we eventually got it there before they got sworn in. So that's something that we definitely take in consideration, trust me, because we're trying to get that approval as soon as possible. So Melissa's like going, yes, I'll make sure that takes place, because Melissa is also point person for the elections.
So would we be sliding for next year?
So what we do is like we do it before so if we need extra time, what we've done in the past is like between them being elected and them being sworn in, we vote on it. So we could also hold a special meeting in between to make it happen if need be. So that would get approved before the person joins the council. So that definitely taken into consideration in an election year.
Okay, so next year we would slide this back starting a little bit earlier then? Or is this schedule already accommodated? I'm sorry.
Melissa, go ahead and give him the answer. Melissa's like, so go ahead and make that answer. Does that accommodate for things to happen before an election work goes through?
So next, for this budget is not the election year, it's till the following year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. No, I know that. But if we're following the same schedule as last year, then I guess my question was for the year after, are we going to slide everything back a little bit so we can make sure that we pass the budget?
Yes, we do take that into consideration when it's an election year.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Nope, that was it.
Yeah, we have to adjust the calendar because depending on where spring break lands with some of the holidays. So that's something that there's a lot of work put in the background. You guys see the beautiful document in front of you, but there's a lot of other stuff they're working on, and that's one of the things that we try to consider. But I think that also to address your point, Jared, I think that we also need to put in, if need be, like, the other meeting, because we have to be very careful at times. So some of the things might move up just a little bit to try to make sure that we do the 7-day and not go into a special meeting if not need be. But we try to avoid that as much as all cost as we can. But Mr. Kamali did saw your hand up. Go ahead.
No, I just want to let Jared know that, this schedule is totally different than FY24. So every year we look at what we have ahead of us. So definitely if there is an election, we're going to make sure that we accommodate for that election. So hopefully by that time, we'll have a different schedule at that time.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Jared. And also, please make sure that when you guys see it in your package, if you see a flag on something, just let us know to adjust. Because it's ideally we have it fixed before it's up in front of us. But that's the reason why we also introduced it in this work session, the first work session in September, so that we could move with the process in alerting the community and there's transparency in notifying them. All right, so we're gonna go Valerie, Luke.
Thanks. I took a look at the schedule. It looks good to me, so I don't have any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you see something, please reach out to Melissa and me. We'll be happy to figure something out. Luke, go ahead.
The only thing I saw was April 2nd is Austin and Finn will be on spring break. So I may be taking that meeting from someplace else if I'm on spring break with them. So, but I realize it might be different timing for Mount Rainier Elementary, so don't plan around me.
So I will tell you that we look into the PGCPS school calendar, and that's how that came about, trying to avoid the spring break specifically for that reason. Yeah. But we have one screen where the public school system schedule is on, important holidays, and also, how do you call it? A spring break was one of the thoughts. I am so sorry to hear we were specifically away.
Yeah, you guys are good. Well, I'll make it work. No worries.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Luke. Danielle?
Okay, I just have one comment about one thing. I proposed back in June about flipping the meetings, and one of the questions that came up was, would it affect the meeting schedule? And the way, the budget schedule, and the way I looked at it, it really doesn't, except for one meeting, and that would be the February 20th. The only difference, if we did flip it, would move it to March 2nd. And this is just if, again, just putting it out there, it would move it to March 2nd because it would be a work session. Otherwise, anything that's legislative can always be done at you can go from a work session into legislative session. So, but when you have down here too, that we can adjust it as necessary, so I'm fine with this. And if we do switch it, that would be the only thing that I could see that flipping it would change. And it actually just pushes the proposed budget discussion 2 weeks. So that's it. Thank you.
So thank you. To address that, some of the things are not movable. Just be aware that, especially when it comes to like the information put out in the newspaper, it's definitely a lot more lengthy to try to change a meeting that's already been published, especially the hearings and stuff like that. They are a lot more technical with that. So I want to make sure the community is aware that we try to stick to the calendar as much as we can. And at this point, the budget schedule will put forward, and we try to avoid changing it maybe unless it's like some sort of an emergency. And if it's not, we stick to it as it is, because it truly works on making sure the community knows we're being transparent from day one. And this is part of the chain of going through it. So I would say thank you, Melissa, for putting this together. Any retouches that we need to do, we'll go ahead and take care of them, and we'll move forward. But I would say like the schedule will stay as is. If there's no other like minor adjustments, and then we'll move forward with it. All right. So go ahead and put the agenda, Melissa. Thank you so much. All right. Next item on the agenda is discussion on the city committees. So this is something that I've been tasked to do, and I love to do. So we did a complete inventory of every single committee that we have in the city, down to the names, last name, and everything else in between that we have. Over a year ago, we adopted the steps that everything that anybody that applies to a committee needs to go through the website portal to submit their documents, resumes, and information. They're brought to mayor and council. They are appointed by us, and their name goes up on our website. So that way the community is aware of who the people are. Because as you know, with the committees, they are run and function by city tax dollars, and the members of the community need to know what is being done. And at the same time, we need to make sure if there's a concern from any of us on, members of the committee, we'll make sure to address it. So Melissa's going to showcase to you where we're at with the committees as we bring them up to we make them forward, right? And what I need from you guys, and I'll repeat this at the end as well, is to make sure that if you are the liaison to any of these committees, we're asking you to please, for the next 30 days, get all this information submitted, because we are going to be reviewing it once again on the agenda next month to see where it's at. So I'm asking you to please go to your committees. Some of them are, like, as you will see, they have everything we need. Some of them don't. But I think it's important to start working, as I told you guys. Big effort I've been doing for the past 2 years is like a little even longer, than that. It's like working heavily on building the infrastructure for the city. Because usually a council member will leave, they take all the, they don't, their computers get erased and it's done. But the city needs to be the host of this information. And Melissa, go ahead and put it on. So we're gonna go how do you call it? As you can see in front of you, we're starting with the Arts Commission. The Arts Commission, we have the year that is appointed, the forms that we have, and so on and so on. So you guys, each of the council members are going to receive this information on who we need information from. The other thing that you will see is that every single committee has their own city email. So we will not be using Gmails for anything that has to do with committee work. It has to be specifically a city email because it is city business. It's not, so that's something that, that's part of the things that we say we're going to do, and it's following through. So the committee email for the Arts Commission, artscommission@rainiermd.org. Here are the people that when they were appointed. Also, some of them have to be reappointed every year, every 2 years. That will also keep us in line on when we need to be able to fulfill those seats. All right, next. We have the CERT team, all right? So we need for CERT team specifically, because it's different requirements, we need year appointed certifications that they each have, the background checks and the forms. These are the members that we currently have on it. So I need to get an update of who's part of that committee or not. The CERT committee email is going to be cert@rainiermd.org. Also going to be meeting with some of the chairs as well to make sure if they have any questions, it is addressed. And again, liaisons, we need to make sure that you get all the information, follow through with this. And if they have not been appointed, every single member of the committee that's in the board needs to be appointed. All right, moving on to the next committee. All right, this one we're gonna have to change it, guys, from Gmail to like a city account, okay? We only have 3 names for the community garden. We need all the other information. So the portal, you guys have it. Melissa could like facilitate the portal to you guys. You guys should have this information in your pocket, in your package. So that way we know, and we are gonna be appointing people, and ideally in the next meeting of October, if you guys could get everything in order so that we have a fresh start and we know who needs to be there. All right. The Rainier DRB. We need to like work on the years appointed, and we do have some of the information for some of them. Okay. So move on. There it is. And we need to work on an email for that one. All right. Board of Elections, that is the whole entire Board of Elections. They have 2-year terms. That's when they were appointed. The only box, Melissa, to also add is like a checklist, because the Board of Election also submits like extra documents that the other committees don't. So let's make sure we have a box to address that we have taken care of that. Okay. All right, moving on to the next one, the Ethics Committee. We're gonna fill up some of those year appointments on it and update some of the information forms, and also appoint who's chair. There was Ethics Commission at rainiermd.org. Go on to the next. The Green Team, I have Sarah. Okay. So if anybody else is part of the Green Team, we also need them to submit. And this goes, the submit of information for resumes and different things like that goes for the whole committee. So that we have a host where we realize it's also we need to make sure that in case of an emergency, we know where, who to communicate with. And I just leave it blank. So that's part of this, is like, and this is very standard for the cities. All right, so we have the MUTC Design Review Committee. Wow, Jerry, you're gonna have it easy with this one. They were just appointed, and here is the, they have submitted everything. So Jared, this is just for your records as liaison for you to have, so that if there's a change, you know what their terms are and how to follow through. So I'm trying to make this as easy as you can as liaisons to make sure that things are expiring and what it looks like, so that way we could pre-plan and not be running around last minute on some of the things. All right. Next, thank you, Jerry. Police.
I was gonna say it might be worth noting on here, Melissa, that these are actually appointed by MNCPPC, not the city. Yep.
Thank you, Jared. That could make the note. If you guys need to have an extra paragraph to that, please send it to Melissa. Like I said, wanted to make sure I put this in front of you, so we are organizing the infrastructure, and you guys are gonna be key on making sure this happen. Okay. All right, next one, Police Advisory Board. This is when they're getting appointed. Here's the form, there's their email. So you'll see some of these things along with it, and we'll probably add like if anything necessary to it. We're gonna probably update it to also write down who the liaison is, so that we have internal information, so that when you're 23,000, right? If there's a question about who the liaison was, information like that, we are able to follow through, and there's a thread of information, because that's ultimately what we want as we move on from our elected office, that the next person taking that group is fully aware of what it looks like and who they're working with. All right. All right, moving on to the Recreation Committee. This should be a little bit easy. Most they got appointed, right? So I think we only see one document, and here's what the appointments look like. Recreation Committee, MRTV.org is there. It's the same thing. We're going to put the liaison. In this case, for this committee is Valerie. right? With Valerie's email in case it's needed, but technically just her name. All right, so Valerie, we just need one more document there. The Youth Scholarship Committee, that's my committee. We have everything in order, including all the documents that are needed to be able to be part of that committee. Go on. The Tree Commission, this is what we have right now. So I need you guys to also fill in their Tree Commission email. They definitely know it because they use it in all their publicity. Thank you, Tree Commission, for being really, really good at that. Okay. All right. And I want you guys to do something, please. If there's some name right there that's not supposed to be there, let us know as well so we could done it. But if they have not been sworn in, same thing. We're going to be making appointments this upcoming month. So that way we clean up and fill in the gaps that we need. So ideally, I need to see at least like all this thing done in the next 30 days. If possible, no more than 60. So that way we could like move with the appointments right away. Okay. All right. Moving on to the Vision Zero Task Force. Here's who they are. They don't have, well, they all applied and that their task is already done. But for public record, we need to note who were the task force members that were part of the task force. So this is also a way for us to historical have information on who's been part of these teams, even if it's like a temporary task force. So that is there. All right, go on. Oh, that's it. All right, so few things to address within the next 30 days, ideally to 60 days. I need to make sure that you guys talk to your teams to be able to provide the information. Melissa will send you the links, right? We're going to try to change all of them. I think there's 2 more that need to change into like rainiermd.org email addresses. So that change needs to be taking place moving forward. And please make sure you submit all the forms. Look at the information to see if there's somebody that is missing there, but we're going to make sure we go through the appointments. And if we do this practice, you know, we're going to be updating this form so that way you know who's there and who's not. And that way, if a new member comes in, they'll go through the same process, apply through the portal. You know, we usually like, you know, go through, talk to the chair about recommendations, then move forward recommendations, and we appoint. So there's a system in place that's been on for a while. We haven't been too good at following completely, but we want to make sure that we are in order, making life definitely a lot easier for Melissa because she's the keeper of this information, and obviously Mr. Kamali. All right. So, Danielle, I see your hand stop. Go ahead.
The CERT team, you have background check on here. There is nothing about background check in their ordinance. They don't need a background check, so I don't know where that came from. They recently, hold on. They recently spoke about getting a background check so that they could participate in the county CERT with OEM, but there's nothing in the ordinance saying that they have to have background checks. So that is a yeah, we would have to change the ordinance in order to make that a thing.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Thank you for closing your mic. As I said, if they need background checks to participate, the OEM or anything else beyond the city, we need to be able to be provided that information as well. That's the reason why the box is there, because they're here representing the city as our City of Rainier CERT team. So that's going to be some of the requirements. The other thing is that certifications, they take any training. Just like I'm taking training today, those documents will be submitted to the city for us to know what training has been taken by the various members. So that way, in case of an emergency, like the city manager, the police department could like mobilize them to the best of the activities, because there's no point for us to having a big group of volunteers if they haven't taken the training, and we could potentially put them in danger. All right, so that's something that is very key. And when it comes to the background check, to be able to participate with the county and so on, that also needs to be submitted to the city, because it is the City of Rainier CERT team, and the liability, like we have learned, falls under the City of Rainier. Correct, Mr. Kamali? That question was asked by the CERT team and it was answered by our team.
Yes.
They fall under us, so we need to make sure that we have everything that is needed to make the best decisions in case of an emergency. And as I say, Thursday morning, I'll be walking in my certificate of completion of everything that I'm doing here. Okay. Perfect. Valerie, Luke, Jared, how are we? We're good?
Yeah, we're good. Just a note, I've been working with Melissa and city manager looking for resolutions on the community gardening committee because I'm not sure that we have one. So if we don't have one, then I think we have to put together a resolution and then to appoint them after that. So just as an FYI. Thanks.
Perfect. So I say Brian is a good historian. He might know it. That's like where I would direct you first, or even like, Miles, if you want to reach out, because I think she might have been the one that did it. So either one of them might be able to have that resolution. Some of them, if we need to update them, we need to update them, because remember, some of these like committees were done forever and a day ago, right? And the reality is like times are changing. You need to make sure that the new requirements are also met in order for us to have the infrastructure that we need when it comes to a city. Many years ago when these were made, social media didn't exist, right? So some of the things that we need to also add to our package is like, when it comes to social media, I know our staff signs, I know we discuss it as well. So that's something that we might potentially have a training or make sure they sign those documents so they know what the information is, what the role and so on, and what the procedure is. Usually it's lined up on it. Documents usually come to the city before they're posted out, right? They get approved and then they go out. Especially because the city money, one, and two, to make sure that it's doable. And that's a role of what the city manager does when it comes to approvals, make sure the funding's there, make sure that if our logo is being used in the proper way, and so on and so on. He has a lot of tasks to do. I don't envy you, Mr. Kamali. All right, perfect. Luke, you're good? Good. Jared, you're good? So Melissa, this send you guys is in the package. She'll send you guys an email once again with the link to the site portal, and please make sure that for the October agenda, we do have the names of the people so we could start sorting them in, so we could clean this up a little bit more, because the idea is before the end of the year, we have everything filled up in this documents, and that includes when they are going to be appointed and sorted. Okay, so please allow me to be able to accomplish this, like I said, before the end of the year. So now I will say this to you, the ball is in your court. So I don't want to hear complaints about this not being done, because I'll make sure to find you. All right. Thank you guys so much for going through this whole entire what's it called, itemized. I am so sorry, so loud here. Okay, hold on one second. Sorry. And now if I have to cut off, I'll let you guys know. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next item, presentation, discussion, and said parking. Councilmember Carter will present information appeal to support allow members of the CERT team to be allowed to park for free at their monthly meetings. Danielle, you go ahead and brought this in. As a time check, it is already 10:02 p.m. I was supposed to do a check-in at 2 hours and a half. After this, I need to know where you guys are at, because honestly, it's already been a long meeting. All right, go on.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This line item, I brought this agenda item so that we could discuss the allowance of the CERT team to be able to park for their 1.5 2-hour meeting once a month. And I've learned that not everybody knows who the CERT team is, so this is a really good opportunity. The CERT is the Community Emergency Response Team. The CERT has been an official city established committee since March 7th of 2017 by resolution number 8, 2017. The CERT members have been trained how to respond to a myriad of disasters, from house fires to natural disasters, in a way that will benefit the residents of our community through CERT, FEMA, Red Cross, and other federal, state, and county offered programs. They also continue to take advantage of new training opportunities as they become available. CERT provides resources and education to residents when it comes to things such as how to recognize a heat emergency, making household emergency plans, and how to build an emergency kit. The CERT is on call to the city 24/7. They are always there for the city, whether you see them or not. Now, the CERT meets on the fourth Monday of every month at 7:30 p.m. Meetings can last between 1 to 2 hours, depending on if there's a special speaker or training is being offered. The CERT meets in the community room of the police station. And that is because their equipment is being stored in the closet at the police station. That's where they keep their training materials, their response equipment, and handouts and other information. The CERT does meet at other times at other locations for training or collaboration opportunities, and in other state, county, municipal CERT teams. Parking for the CERT. The CERT has been allowed to park without paying the meters on Rhode Island Avenue since 2017, when I first appealed to the then city manager about this issue. The CERT was again given permission to park without paying the meters on Rhode Island Avenue by the interim manager in 2019. The CERT recently again asked for this minor allowance once a month, but was denied after initially being approved only days earlier. The cost to park at a meter on Rhode Island Avenue is $1 per hour. So if you have 5 members and say it goes 2 hours, it's $10 for a regular meeting at most. And still, the majority of the members on really nice days or days that are not inclement, they walk or ride their bikes. The CERT members are unpaid volunteers. Just want to keep reminding you that are on call for the city 24/7. Now, I went down to Rhode Island Avenue on a Monday night at the exact time that the CERT team would be meeting. You can see these pictures that I took with my cell phone that I later broke, by the way, that the parking along Rhode Island Avenue is on the other side of RIA, there's nobody there. And you can go to the next slide because there's a third picture there. And that goes all the way up to Larry's. The only businesses that are open at 7:30 p.m. on Monday nights are Party Time Liquors, J&J, and Potomac Seafood, which is well up towards the intersection. Panelwards is also open, but they close at 8 o'clock p.m. As you can see, there are more than enough open parking spaces at 7:30 p.m. on a Monday night to not only accommodate the volunteers of the Mount Rainier CERT, but visitors and speakers and trainers who might also be at the meeting. Now, the CERT has had printed parking passes since 2017. You can go to the next slide, please. To identify them as members of the CERT to make parking enforcement easier. The current CERT asks for laminated permits so that they can hand them out to visitors and trainers when they attend meetings as well. These passes are not to be given, these passes are only to be given to CERT and then visitors on a meeting by meeting basis. In other words, if somebody from Red Cross comes to do something on CPR and first aid, they would give them a parking pass and then they would turn it back in at the end of the meeting. If a CERT member responds to a city emergency, like a house fire or auto accident, these passes also identify them as a local responder vehicle. By having the laminated passes, it cuts down on reprinting and waste, as well as ensures some degree of longevity. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. Now, it's only right in green. It is only right to give these dedicated residents the ability to not have to pay for parking during their meetings. There is more than enough open parking on RIA to accommodate them on this one Monday night a month, and printing new parking passes every month contributes significantly to waste, considering passes have already been printed and laminated. The CERT team is appealing that the city allows them to continue to park with their parking passes. That's my presentation, and I am open to questions, and I can answer anything about the CERT team and what they do and the situation with the parking.
Okay, thank you. Point of clarity to make sure we're on the same page, the municipal parkings, both of them are free to any of our community members, basically 24/7. So I want to make sure that we are not depicting a point that parking is not free for residents. The other thing is, as of like 3 years ago or something like that, we have put into order a parking process that code does works on. That includes making sure that if we give any passes, we have the driver's license, insurance, and certification about those cars to make sure they are liable drivers as we give passes. The other thing to point out is that both, I believe, from what you also mentioned, the city manager instructed that they will be giving daily passes for those that came to the meeting. We cannot have open passes for just anyone. As a matter of fact, mayor and council don't even have open passes. We have very limited parking passes, and originally why we received them was because we had parking. We were trying to avoid anybody parking in what is now our municipal parking. So I want to make sure some facts are definitely addressed. So the fact for them to park for free was addressed by the city manager, as he also mentioned. He said he'll give like monthly passes in order for them to be able to utilize, making sure the information is through. And if any additional passes were needed, like, just to let him know, so the passes will be made a come though. The other thing is to point out is like this passes are not guaranteed parking. It just so happens if there's free parking, they could park if there's available parking. As you guys know, we have the apartment buildings in the top of in the corner of Newton. One of the biggest concerns that they've had is the ability to park. And that's the reason why we make sure that the meter didn't run after a certain time to be able to accommodate that. So just a couple of facts I want to make sure to address, because it's not saying that there's no free parking in the city, because there is. And the other thing is like, how many citations have CERT team received for parking in those spots at this point? Do you know, Mr. Kamali, or no? Has anybody of them received a citation for parking if parking is available?
No, Mayor, and if they did receive anything, we can have Chief Austin to void those citations. So we can work that issue easily, and we didn't have to bring this one to everybody's attention. I offer the council member to issue the temporary parking for every Monday that she has the meeting. I will personally deliver the parking for a certain time, like Monday, 2 hours. I give that parking pass to the council member. She can just give it to the rest of the CERT team. But the problem is she is holding 20 parking pass right now, and they're not valid. I just want to make sure that I want to bring everybody's attention. And I've asked Chief Austin to make sure that no one is using those parking pass, because we cannot provide parking to the CERT team 24/7. That's all I have for this issue right now.
Okay, so I'm going to open up the floor, and to point out, those passes do not have expiration date. They don't even have a name, license, registration, signature. Literally, any member of the community could literally print and laminate a sign. All it has is the logo of the city and 6 words on it and nothing else. So I don't think this passes should even be valid to start with, because they need to have extra information in order for us to be able to decipher that there are like legal passes for the city. Okay, so Jared, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess I appreciate the sentiment here. I guess my question is, aside from administratively, is there an easier way to handle this? And just a couple points. One, we have a municipal parking lot that's empty at night, which is right next to the police station. It's like maybe 100 feet. So I guess I'm a little confused why, where the need is coming up for it. The second comment I wanted to make was, I don't want to make a waived parking policy based on, first we should be redirecting folks to use the municipal parking lot first. Because I think, especially if we're going to be in there an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or however long the meeting is, because you're going to want to, I think it's generally the best approach is to reserve the on-street parking for businesses. And a lot of those businesses there, particularly when, Aladdin's reopens, and other businesses could come in, a lot of those tend to be pick up and drop off. There's a lot of DoorDash. There's a lot of pick up and delivery. There's often a lot of those spots are occupied. So and we don't know what businesses will end up coming in, all of which are probably going to demand use of the spots. I think my first note would be that I think ideally if committees are meeting in person, I would really prefer if folks are not walking or biking, and I understand some can't, then I think it'd really be ideal if we just direct them to the empty municipal lot, leaving the on-street parking available for visitors to the businesses that are open late at night. And also, I mean, I've had friends that have visited and gone to, Pennyroyal or, and they park on that side because they came northbound. So I want to, it's more than just the three businesses that are open. It's, basically our entire commercial district west of 34th Street. The last point I just wanted to make is I got this request, it's in the agenda. We haven't met, because we meet on Thursday, from the police advisory board as well, requesting. So, I mean, if we're going to do this for one committee, I mean, we need to do it for all committees. I don't know that we should be picking which ones get it and which ones don't, but again, I'm just going to come back to, we have an empty municipal lot. Let's please send, if we're doing it in person, let's please send folks there, and preserve our on-street parking. Or, the municipal lot's exactly perfect for long-term meetings, and the on-street parking is metered precisely because it needs to turn over, precisely because the businesses there need the turnover for spots and for availability, especially for delivery pickup. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Jared. Luke?
Yeah, it's so it seems like I don't know, it seems like Mr. Kamali has a solution then, that we would get him the passes for the nights, and seems like problem solved. Plus I think when Potts Hall is done, hopefully people can come back to City Hall, and the parking in the municipal lot is just easier. So interested to see if there's still a problem given the solution presented by the city manager, and if there is, interested to know what the issue is with that.
Okay, Valerie?
Yeah, I mean, I think the municipal lot is close enough. I think it's what we've already invested heavily in, so I think it's worth using it if we can. And then I think it's worth revisiting this as we go. I mean, if committee members need more parking passes than can be managed, we can revisit it. But for right now, I think, if you get a one night pass, I mean, that's what I get for work. Every week I get a 1 day pass for parking. And so I think that's worth just continuing if we can. So.
Okay, thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is like, first of all, direct them to municipal parking, so that way they could park there since it's open space. And Mr. Kamali, thank you for making sure that there's
if I can answer the questions that were given to me.
I'm speaking, and I appreciate if you hold on for my thoughts to be shared the same way your thoughts were expressed. So you need to stop, because everybody had a turn, and I don't appreciate you cutting me off. At least be respectful to me when we're in a meeting. All right. As I said before, thank you so much, Mr. Kamali, for finding alternatives to it. I think from what I'm hearing right now, it's like directing to municipal parking lot is like the way to go, right? And if need be, let's say there's a presenter potentially, but I think I have to echo Jared's also concern that we are opening a floodgate of people having not being able to utilize it for all the other committees, because other committees have requested it. And we did say we direct them to the municipal lot. And that's how we address it. Also, when it comes to us as council, and I'll tell you this, we put more hours than anybody else. We're also directed to go to the municipal parking space as well. We don't have a preferential treatment, not even for us, So I want to make sure that is also there. Before I open the mic to you, Danielle, to answer the question, Jared, I see your hand up. Is there something else you need to add, or where are you at? Oh, you're good. It was just an old hand.
No, yeah, sorry, I forgot to put it down. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to make sure. Okay, Danielle, now you have the mic if you need to answer something.
Okay, first, I apologize, Selena. I thought you had already opined before Jared talked, so that was my mistake. Yes, there is a problem with parking at the municipal lot. That's not a problem for most people, but when you have to haul heavy equipment like CPR dummies and backboards and equipment that you use for training, that's a haul, that's hike. And the problem with these passes, it's not the passes themselves, but I have 20 laminated, so they're already printed and laminated passes. Mr. Kamali, I mean, I appreciate his solution, you know, the recommendation solution, but it doesn't help if a CERT member ends up going and responding to a house fire. Is he going to go, are they going to go by City Hall first and get him to print out a pass so he can put it in their car when they go park near a street fire? You know, these are things that need to be thought of. This, and as far as the meetings, as far as I know, there are only 2 committees that meet at the police station. And one of them is the CERT team, and the other is the police review board, both of which are attached to the police station. So even when Potts Hall reopens, Luke, and I appreciate that, you know, I get it. You know, I want to use Potts Hall when it's open too, but these 2 committees are actually attached to the police department. It would do them a great disservice to move down to Potts Hall or the Mayor Miles building, because all of their stuff is right there in the community building at the community room in the police station. So the problem is that and we're sitting here talking about green spaces and you know, water runoff and stuff, but yet I'm sitting here with pre-printed laminated passes that were given to me by the city manager and then was revoked 4 days later. I mean, why would we want to destroy these? They're already here. And as for, like I said, you know, if you're a CPR instructor coming in to do a class, as a CPR instructor, I don't want to haul all the dummies and equipment from the municipal parking lot all the way up to the police station. And on this note,
So wrap it up because like you know that
okay, well,
expired too many.
Let me finish and I'll be done. On that note,
Well,
there are 2
like wrap it up, but I could cut you off trying to but go on.
Finish my comment. There are 2 parking meters along that side of Rhode Island that are busted and not even being able to be used at the time. So it's like, you know, if we're going to be careful about how much money we make, then maybe we need to replace those really fast. But I just feel that this, and I showed you have pictures in front of you of what it looks like at 7:30 on a Monday night. There's plenty of parking on the other side of Rhode Island Avenue for 2 or 3 or 5 cars on a really bad weather night. So I think this is, and this has been done since 2017. Why all of a sudden it's being changed makes no sense to me. But if the majority of you want to go with that, it is what it is.
Up. And I think that we've been respectful of each other's time. I did ask you to please wrap up your sentence so that way we could move on. I would say that at this point, I think what was addressed is like, but you know, use of municipal parking, those passes are not valid. If we could definitely entertain something that notifies, you know, a plaque or something that says this person is part of like the CERT committee team. In case of emergency response, here it is with signatures from our chief of police and Mr. Kamali. So that was a valid pass. The other thing that has been addressed in the past for our chief of police is that they do not want anybody parking anywhere near a fire. People need to go get legal parkings because it could potentially stop police department and fire trucks from accessing the home. That's a discussion that was also had in previous meetings. And they were very adamant of the fact that they don't want any resident, any staff, any council member, mayor blocking off anything. People need to go find parking where it needs to be before they walk anything. So I will say to you, those passes are invalid. You can return to Mr. Kamali. Mr. Kamali will make good use of them. If need be, we'll stay green and do whatever it needs to be. And if there is an instructor that comes in that needs to be hauled or anything else that needs to happen, they are more than welcome to, like, you need to be arranging things with the city anyways. Let Mr. Kamali know so that way they could provide the proper parking in order to be able to assist them in bringing these items down. There shouldn't be a reason why trainers are coming in without the city knowing. So therefore, coordinating with the city manager and the chief of police is key in making sure we're able to provide the needs that are happening. So I'm going to leave this point across as it is, as time has run out, and we'll be moving into the next item. Okay, Mr. Kamali, thank you for finding a solution. I think this was the solution of council directed at this point.
Okay. Thank you, council.
Now on to the next agenda item. Okay, presentation and discussion, the city emergency plan and the CERT team. information and invite discussion advocate community emergency team be allowed to review the city's emergency plan and make recommendations on how the CERT can best utilize in city emergency events. So I will tell you guys this very clearly. This conversation, we're going to be very sensitive how it's addressed because it deals with emergency procedures for the city. And we will cut off any information that's not supposed to be addressed. So I need to make sure that you guys are fully aware of that because certain things should not be discussed in this meeting. So I let this item go, but the reality is like it's going to have to be very close in order to make sure we're not violating any emergency procedures are in place for the city. Okay, moving on. Go ahead, Danielle, state your piece. And if this is the same thing about who CERT is, I was, if you could, if it's the same as the other one, please make sure you skip some of it as it is 10:30 at night already. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, you know who the CERT team is. You know what they respond to. Bylaws. The bylaws state that every lead responder should be trained as follows. They have to have 20 hours of CERT training by PG County Office of Emergency Management, CPR and AED certification, IS 100C Introduction to the Incident Command System by FEMA, IS 230E Fundamentals of Emergency Management, also by FEMA, IS 235C Emergency Planning by FEMA, IS 700B An Introduction to the National Management System, or NIMS, also by FEMA. The benefits for the city. As you can tell by the basic requirements just for the lead responder, they are well trained in how to respond and what exact to expect, how to organize and even run an incident command until the city, county, state, or federal incident commander can be established. Some of the things that they are trained to do: write and advise on an emergency plan, establish an incident command, establish and assist in a triage center, run logistics for an emergency disaster, assist where and as needed in any capacity to the incident command requires. We are lucky to have our CERT team and should do all we can to help them grow in their numbers. The emergency plan. The CERT should have the ability to look over the proposed city emergency plan and make recommendations for how the CERT can best utilize the benefit to benefit the city. To bypass the CERT when finalizing the city emergency plan does a huge disservice to the community. I have looked the plan over and have identified a couple of places where CERT is either being underutilized or not used at all. To allow CERT to review the plan is not to review the plan, is to deny all the training and preparations that the residents of the city have paid for and that these volunteers have worked hard for. The CERT input should be looked at as valuable information that can only serve to benefit the city. What we think the CERT thinks should happen. The CERT should be allowed to look over and make recommendations to the proposed city emergency plan so that their training and abilities are best utilized by the city. The CERT president should be given a list of contacts for the city that would be utilized in case of a real emergency. The city manager and mayor are encouraged to take the 2-hour online course, i.e. IS 100.C by FEMA. All members of what would be considered the emergency response team for the city would also be encouraged to take the CERT training that is offered for free at PGC OEM. The Mount Rainier CERT should be recognized as a valuable asset they truly are. Basically, this presentation is the CERT asking for the ability to look at the community emergency plan that they were promised that they would be able to view back in January, and are now being denied the ability to look over and make recommendations on how they can be utilized. So this is a request on behalf of the CERT. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City Manager, Mr. Kamali, can you go ahead and answer this question before I say something? You're muted, Mr. Kamali. I just want to make sure the facts are on the table before we move forward.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Just want to let Mayor and Council know that when Jimmy Toole was on board, we started reviewing the emergency plan for the city. And Melissa, I forgot her last name, she is the president of the CERT team. She was the part of the team that we reviewed together, and she did send me some comments, which was emailed to me on January 16th. And I have it ready. If you want it, I can have Melissa to pull it up. she made so many comments. So the plan was reviewed by CERT team, Jimmy Tarlow, even though the city manager is in charge of any emergency situation. So the CERT team is not going to make any decision for the city. I am, as the city manager, in charge of the operation, and I should be in charge for any emergency situation. So the plan was reviewed, and right now I have shared that information with mayor and council in last, I believe, June of last year. And right now we're working with mayor and council, especially with mayor, you yourself, to finalize the plan. And we talked about it yesterday. And I think CERT at this point does not need to have anything from us. And if it, God forbid, if we get to the emergency, situation, I can call the emergency situation and follow the procedure and inform the mayor and council and the county if we need to do that. And the CERT will be called upon too. So I don't understand the council member is making a big deal out of this. And she's saying that the plan was not shared with them. And I denied sharing the information. No. Melissa, the president of the CERT, was with us for 3 months. And if you allow me, I can have Melissa to pull the email from the CERT team on January 16th.
So, Mr. Kamali, another point of information for everybody. I'm currently, and I did discuss this, I usually tell my team about it. I'm actually in Dallas, Texas right now, taking the FEMA training. I'll be back Thursday with everything that I need to know as the mayor and some more. And I have taken other training classes with PG and everything like that. So I know there was a statement made that there's nobody better qualified to do this. There's a lot of stuff that I do, but I don't think people realize that that's a lot of work that I do. But I'll tell you this, part of the training was, like there are various sectors of the plan and everybody contributes to the part that they belong to. The CERT team already contribute to the part that they belong to as we continue reviewing at the city. At this point, we are working on other items if need be. And as needed, CERT will be called on to be able to fill certain items. The other thing that has been very seriously addressed in this meeting for me has been that having having all the numbers out for everybody or even one or two persons to read, we need to be able to have clear lines of communication. And there is a system and where you have the city manager according to our charter who runs our city, his designee, that works with him. In this case is the chief of police, right? The liaison to the CERT team is PFC Cruz. So the CERT team president does have all those three numbers to be able to address if needed. But basically the way CERT works is like they will be activated the mandate of the city manager in order to be able to utilize an X and Y and Z depending the situation. I definitely want to make sure that we're addressed that our police department is also trained in emergency response. So for people to say that we don't have nobody in the city that does that, it's a disservice to our staff who are leading and also working and be consulting. For mayor and council, we have said repeatedly, our job is to stay out of the way and make certain decisions that need to be. And by that means that the city communication items is going to be the city. We get to reshare. They'll be calling up us if we need to. Our main role is to do legislative, but that is be with recommendations from our team, right? My role is basically call meetings, right? I'm going to work with communication. I am trained, so therefore my role is expanded as well. But at the same time, if I'm not able to, for whatever reason, call the meeting, the vice mayor, in this case, Luke, will call it. If by any chances, Luke and I are not accessible, the city manager calls the meeting. And within the 3 members of council, they're the ones that decide who the chair will be for the meeting. So I think at this point, let's make something very clear. We appreciate what CERT is doing. They're not undervalued, they're underappreciated. So please not use those words because that's not what we're doing. But the part that CERT has to address is already completed at this point as we review other parts that need to be and trying to finalize more decisions on it. But the document they review in January, the recommendations they made forward, they're there and they fine-tune some of the things. But they have seen this. I've seen the email as part of it. But I just want to make sure we are clear on what it is and what it isn't. And if we continue to review, they'll be called upon to help to be able to revise certain portions that address them as well. Going back to why the committee list is also so important, because it is stated in the presentation that they're all trained in everything we saw in it. And the reality is, like, this is the reason why the city needs to know what they exactly are trained on, so that way we know what our team is able to answer or not answer to, right? Because of they need to have FEMA training, A, B, C, D, and G. Some of them are still working through the process, and we need to know where they're at as well. So I would say we have to be very cautious in what we're doing to make sure that they receive the training. PD has their training. I received my training, and I do agree that, if you guys choose to take the FEMA 2-3 hour training online, feel more free to on it. But our job very much legislative is like to stay clear and let the people that need to do their work do it in order to make sure we are doing the best for the city. Okay. So I'm going to open up the floor to the rest of council in order to make sure that, we're all, we all have the facts and information in front of us. Mr. Kamali already addressed, when it comes to, yes, they saw the plan, they made recommendations, they fine tune it. And at this point, he's doing what he's instructed to be doing. We basically, part of the charter is that he's a point person in case of an emergency and who the tree is. If we need to put a one pager that shows what the chain of command is in case of an emergency or what it looks like, and that's something that we need to do as the next step. But I think at this point, this is where that's at. So I'm gonna open up. I know you guys, it's so late. Trust me, I'm feeling it. I have to be up like really early tomorrow to finalize my hands-on training. Okay. So I'm gonna open up the floor. Go ahead. I'm gonna do Luke, Jared, Valerie.
It sounds like there was, is the final emergency plan going to get shared with the mayor and council? Okay.
The final plans get shared with you, and it stays internally and confidential to you because it depicts very sensitive instructions and information that you need to know about. So that way you more or less have a sense of what's going on, right? But that's basically where that whole miss, and obviously, the city manager, our chief of police, and then each department, the information shares based on what their role is in the various situations. So that's like going to be the next step.
Okay. What is confidential about it?
I'm more than happy to discuss it in a closed session. So I really do mean it.
And okay. Danielle, what was the feedback that was given back in, I guess, I'm confused on the feedback that was given already to date and what that feedback was on.
Mr. Kamali, can you answer the question?
He asked me.
Oh, go ahead, because you were not in council when this happened and he was. That's the reason why I directed to him. But go ahead. Hi, Danielle, answer a question. Go ahead.
The president and members of CERT asked to, they were told that they would be able to see the plan after it was finished so that they could make further recommendations and make sure that they were being utilized correctly. And they told me when I came on, they started telling me this, going, hey, please, Jimmy tried, they wouldn't give it to Jimmy. Would you please try to get it for us so we can look at it? And the section that they're wanting to look doesn't look, I mean, it looks like anything you can see in any other city emergency plan, but they just want to look to make sure that they're being utilized in these steps correctly. And when I looked it over, and I can see that where they are being underutilized and even not at all in a couple of places where they might make recommendations. And they were told they could look at, according to them. Now, again, this, I came on and they brought this to me.
Gotcha.
Going, you need to get us this. We need to be able to look at this. So that's why I'm doing this on behalf of them.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, they just want to make recommendations on what they were told they would be able to.
Okay.
Selena told me I couldn't show it to them. So.
Okay. So sounds like there may have been a miscommunication. Sounds like we at some point may need to talk about this in a closed session or If we want to get the city attorney to send us a letter on why things have to be confidential, that's the point I don't understand. So we can get that in, maybe somehow we can get that information and get a better understanding of why things confidential. And then if it's confidential, explain it to the CERT. If not, then they can have a chance to input and we can go move forward. It's my recommendation.
That's fine, Luke. Mr. Kamali, I will say, I will ask you for something, Mr. Kamali, and I know I'm asking you to have, to be very patient, understanding. You're welcome to share that email with council. I don't want to put it up in the screen in order to be able to be a little bit sensitive about the information. I have seen it, because something that we need to be fully aware is like, I am the point of contact for OEM. So when a tragedy happens, they reach out to me. The city manager and the chief, I always pull them in with me, and I run operations in the end when it comes to being the direct link when it comes to the county. So that is my role when it comes to it. And Mr. Kamali could tell you, I always pull them. We always check with each other to make sure there's at least 2 of us in the meeting, sometimes 3 of us, right? So that way, something as small as like the flood or the thunder or like the potential tornado warning, we are there to be able to hear what the county has to say in order for us to be able to follow through what is needed. So Luke, I have no problem talking to you guys about it, but there are some parts that are a little bit more sensitive, that the recommendations straight out from FEMA. And like I said, I am trained and finalizing my training right now, has been very specific on making sure that we definitely, like, you know, some of the things are being kept close to the chest. And I'll tell you this as a perfect example, right? If a school has emergency plan, like right there for other people to see, and they know where their sensitive spots are to be able to find cover, as an example, now the not so good people know exactly where you're going to be and you're going. So therefore you put yourself, your community, and your staff that's supposed to be safe in a really bad situation. So that's the reason why they want to make sure that it's very sensitive. And I think that's the reason why we also want to make sure that all across people know who are the members of certain committees, what they are, and so on and so on. But if we don't even have the basic information where they need to be sworn in to be part of a committee, it becomes even more sensitive that anybody could just grab that information and be reviewing a meeting without us even know who has and who doesn't have. So there's a couple steps that need to take place even before getting there. And I think us organizing our house when it comes to the city infrastructure and the committees is part of the conversations that was important for us to have to make sure we are very cautious of what the reality of the world looks like right now. So that is the short, bigger version of that. And I think that at the meantime, once again, you know, Mr. Kamali will go ahead and share that email that showcased that they did see and review the plan. So they have seen it. So I know I keep hearing they never saw it, and they were told this is not the reality. That's the reason why I wanted him to speak, because he was here. He happened to be in the meeting. He actually called for that meeting for that to happen. So he was actually there. Okay. So I will say that I know, sorry, Melissa. Melissa's like, time's up. Okay, so I think that this is kind of where we're at. And if anything else is going to be reviewed, you know, CERT will be incorporated in the things that CERT need to be. But right now, also my concern, even looking at what the committee list looks like, we need to make sure that we get all the things that we need from CERT before even like moving on to the next step, to make sure that that is also safeguarded in the way it's supposed to be safeguarded. Okay. All right, Mr. Kamali, you have something to add before I move on to the next point, because I'm barely holding on, you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor. I just want to let the rest of the council know that according to the city's charter, the city manager is in charge of any emergency situation. I did share the plan with the CERT team. I received their comments, which I'm going to share with the rest of the council. And I do appreciate their help. Anytime that we need them, I will definitely reach out to them. And I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kamali. And coming from my meeting, I'll go ahead and sit down with Melissa and the team as well, because I need to like fill him in with a couple of things as well. So we go iron some things out as well. Okay, and that is in the city charter, what Mr. Kamali read. So there you go. All right, my job is just to call meetings and so on and so on. All right, moving on to the next item. Doing a time check. It is almost midnight, and I'll tell you this. I just can't have like meetings that are longer than 3 hours, okay? So please bear with me. We're trying to get this because I'm trying to do city work and it makes it very hard if I have to stay, if we have to stay up this late. All right, moving on to the next item. Where am I? Okay, item number 12. Thank you, Melissa. Presentation discussion on essential parking. Councilman Ricardo will present and make a recommendation for amendments to the city code 13.101 to eliminate the exclusion that allows residents to park and block their own driveways. Go ahead, Danielle, and if I noticed you have a presentation, if you could make it a little bit short because time is definitely of the essence.
I'm actually going to, because anyway, I'm just gonna, I'll move Lawn Angels to the next work session. So I have time to do on this one, even though I'll send out information on that so everybody can be well aware of it before we get to the next meeting. So if nobody has an objection, I'll just remove that from the agenda. So this will be the last thing.
It'll be one of the last things. The minutes are on the list. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Well, anyway, okay. So the problem, I got emails and messages from people complaining about the parking situation, and I took a step back and did some research and watched some meetings and listened to some people and talked via email with Jared and the city manager and chief, and I came up with something, and I hope that this is going to be a comprehensive solution to the problem. Now, the problem is it seems that residents have always had an issue with cars parking in a way that either partially or completely blocks driveways here in the city. I know this firsthand because I had this issue for years with a neighbor who lived across the street. Chief Scott always said whenever we couldn't even get out of our driveway, and Chief Scott always said, there's nothing I can do because the law allows them to do it. So here is the actual code. I'm not going to go through it, but the underlined, the blacked out underlined area is what I'm proposing that we get rid of, except with the consent of the owner or occupant of the premises. I go to the next.
You're on mute. Sorry.
I'm on mute.
Now you're not.
Now I'm not, but Melissa was walking right along with me. I'm sorry. What did you hear last?
You're at the slide. You're good.
Okay. So, all right. So all the pictures that are in this presentation were taken by residents here in Mount Rainier of their driveways. Frustrated residents. Last year in the October 18, 2022 council meeting, the city manager asked that the council deny residents' request to have their driveway curb cuts painted to mark them as no parking zones. He was absolutely in the right for that. It would cost the city way too much money and it wouldn't solve any real problems because nobody watches for the yellow. We see that all over the city. Chief did report that the problem at that meeting is with the city code. Am I muted again? Okay. And remarked that he could not find another jurisdiction that allows for anyone to block a driveway, even if the car belongs to them. And Mayor did request at that meeting that staff investigate the issue and for it to be revised or revisited 3 months later. I did look through the meetings and I couldn't find any evidence that it was. So bringing it back up now. The root of the problem, I first discovered, like I said, this issue on a Facebook page post from a resident. Her complaint surrounded the inconsistency with the enforcement. In the October 18th meeting video, you hear Chief say how very difficult it would be for officers to stop what they are doing and knock on every door with a blocked driveway to see if the car belongs to them or has permission to park there. We just do not have the manpower to pick through and figure out who is and who isn't parked legally on a continuous basis. What would make it easier for the officers? Because of this one exclusion in the city code, the police are essentially hand-tied when it comes to enforcement until a resident calls and complains. Waiting for someone to complain does nothing to mitigate the problem, especially if you are trying, if you're just done and you're just giving up. It's like, whatever. Imagine you need to leave for work, but your driveway is blocked by another car. You now have to call the police and wait for a tow truck before you can leave. This is a direct quality of life issue. This can actually take a toll on residents who have had this problem on a regular basis. When the residents vent about this problem to neighbors and online, it paints an ugly picture for our city when it actually isn't the city. It's just one partial sentence that is causing the problem and preventing enforcement from actually happening. Now, the solution to this problem is both simple and complex. The simple part is we just need to remove the exclusion in section 13-101, subsection B, paragraph 2, where it states, except with the consent of the owner or occupant of the premises. This is easy because no private resident anywhere owns or controls the easement in front of their driveway. That belongs to the city, county, or state. And in our situation, it's the state who owns, the city who owns that easement. So we make the laws accordingly. The complex part would be getting the word out that the police will start ticketing and towing anyone who blocks driveways and the 3-foot buffer. This can be done with media campaign, flyers, city council newsletters, notice to the apartment complexes, and word of mouth. But parking issues, yes, parking is an issue in many areas of the city. I've mentioned it numerous times tonight. We all have. Mayor Selena even mentioned it over on Newton Street. Parking is a commodity, but we cannot allow for people to park however they want if it is going to directly affect the quality of life to those who buy and rent homes here in the city. Now, I have Luke suggested that I do the best I can, so I did the best I could, and I typed out a mock of an amendment that would essentially you can see under section B where I strike through the one sentence that allows for people to park in front of and block their own driveways. So that's the presentation and suggestion.
Okay.
I hope I did it fast enough, Mayor. I tried to blow through it.
It's 11 o'clock. There's nothing any of you guys could tell me right now to tell me you did it enough. Like 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30, but 11. So, Council, I'm going to open up the floor to you. Our city manager, obviously, here. I believe our chief of PD is also here. Thank you. I thank you both for holding on as much as it is. I know it's a long day. Some of you guys are arriving here at 5 o'clock in the morning, so it's definitely long for you guys. All right. So, Luke, Jared, Valerie. You've been standing up, Luke.
Yeah, I'm trying to get ready for the morning. My question is, I thought we handled this issue at our last meeting, and I thought the solution was residents need to call, the police can come and ticket or tow. I understand the fear that people wouldn't be able to get out of their driveway and they have to wait for that. But I guess I need to know how many, I don't know if I can understand it, but how many people have complained about this? It sounds like just a handful. Is it 20? Have 20 people complained about this? Is it less than 20? And then because when we have parties, I see people with parties, people park in front of their streets, so in front of their driveways when they have parties on the weekends. Is that now going to be illegal? People can't do that. So I just think that it sounds like this is a problem affecting a small group of people, and it sounds like the solution is that we enforce the law for those people when they call the police. I understand that creates delay, but it seems like we're searching for a solution for a small segment of people, and it may create problems for a larger segment of people. And so I'm just confused, and I don't have because I thought we had concluded this last time, and I don't know how big this problem is. I don't know how many people this is a problem for.
So
I'm happy to continue the conversation in another work session to get answers to that, because I know it's late.
So to answer quickly, yeah, this will mean if anybody, let's say if you have your car parked in your driveway, the PD will just stop by, ticket it, and tow it. Yeah, that's what it means exactly if we go ahead and go this route. The other thing is I thought we same place. I thought we had concluded. I stay for us to bring it up if there's any change, but that doesn't mean if I was ready to bring it up, I would have brought it up, right? But I didn't saw anything beyond for us to discuss. At least, and I'm answering because I was quoted on saying bring it back, but it was mainly in that essence. And you guys know if I don't put in the agenda, that means I rested my piece with it. Okay, Jared, Valerie, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, that was my that was the sum that we got to. on this point was that Chief had indicated you're going to do targeted enforcement, and maybe it might be helpful after council member comment to get that feedback from Chief, from Mr. Kamali on, I guess, like how big the problem is, because I think as a council member and a part-time one, and we all are, that we don't always, we don't always see the full picture because we're not necessarily going around the city full-time like staff is. So I would defer to their, sketching of like, what is, how is this issue, and I guess, what is our response, how big is the issue, right? And then what does our response need to be? And then I did want to go to, kind of Luke's point. The parking issues are challenging in the city. The ability of folks to, if they want to park and block their own driveway, it opens up more street spots when you need to. And I think, we've all been concerned. I think every single person on this call echoed the importance of not reducing parking, and the result of this policy would be to do that. It would be to reduce the available on-street parking. So I mean, that's partly why my, general position on this is we just, we need to do better targeted enforcement if it is an issue and where it is an issue. But, my feedback on this has been relatively limited, and I'd like to hear from Chief and Mr. Kamali on this. But again, we would, if we're nixing the ability to, park in front of one's driveways in certain scenarios, and I don't think that's, it is the city's right of way, but effectively you can't park there normally because it's the only egress in and out. But if that is your residence, then you're able to utilize that spot and also free up additional spots. So, given the perennial parking crush, I'm really reluctant to want to make a policy change where the impacts are going to be reducing parking across the city. If we make any major changes to parking policy in the city, I'd like us to do a broader study. I get really worried that, making anecdotal tweaks here and there, based on feedback here, a resident here is like, you're pulling a piece of yarn here and not understanding what happens at the other end. But that's just my piece. So thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Do you mind, Mr. Kamali and Chief, to hold on after Valerie? So I'll pass the mic to you. That way you answer to see if maybe anything or she has anything else to add to what the question was for you. Go ahead, Valerie.
Yeah, well, thank you for bringing this up. Obviously, being parked in is kind of the worst scenario in the morning or rush hour or anytime that you need to get out of your driveway, right? It is a challenge. And certain areas of the city definitely have more traffic and more people and more parking issues than others because of where they're located. So for example, by the business areas, in front of schools, down by the apartments, definitely there's parking challenges. So I think, I would like to see, at some point, some kind of study done that addresses parking citywide so that we can have data to back up any kind of policy change like Jared was saying. I think that's really critical. And I think it's something, as we go forward with a strategic vision for the city, that's something we should definitely address in there, is how to make sure that parking is both safe for people that are parking their cars, but also people trying to get out of their cars. So I appreciate you bringing this to us. I think it's worth talking about and moving forward, but I do think we need to look at this a little more broadly. I know for a fact that there are at least 4 households in Ward 2 that have reached out to me when they get a ticket because they're parking across their driveway, saying that no, that was my car because I have family members visiting and I wanted to park. So, and so I've addressed it on the other side. Or like, for example, like there are people that park across their driveways to protect, children playing and things like that when there are other safety measures that don't work. So that's where I'm at. I think we should look at this more broadly. I think it's worth talking about. And I think there are challenges to it. And I think, I think there can be movement on this. I just think we have to look at this a little further. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kamali, before you maybe go ahead and comment, I'll say something after. My apology. I'm like already down to my like 24 hours, and I love you all, but it's a part-time job and I already burned my 20 hours on day one. And it's usually often the case, but that's also, I was asking you guys to be sensitive to it. Go ahead, Mr. Kamali. And Chief, one is like, Councilmember Jared did ask a question about like, what do you guys have seen the uptick when it comes to complaints or like removal, towing, things and so on. You guys give us a little bit of impact. To be honest with you, I thought this point was mute. That's why I was very surprised to see it in the agenda again. Go on.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Well, the issue and the problem was not a citywide issue, and as you all recall, the problem was a concern last year on Perry Street and on 3602 block. And I do appreciate Chief Austin and parking enforcement, because what Chief did, increased the enforcement, and since then we haven't heard any complaint. And I defer to Chief, and I'll let him, talk more about this issue, because he gets more phone calls regarding anybody's parking in front of somebody's, driveway. But as Jared and Valerie mentioned, if we need to change the code, I do appreciate Mayor and Council to support a professional study, something that we can, refer to professional and make sure that we follow the procedure properly. So I turn it over to Chief, and I just, since I've been the city manager, I haven't heard any complaint, but I'll let Chief to give you more information on that. Chief, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kamali. Can you all hear me fine, Mayor?
We can hear you. I said, good evening, Chief. Thank you for being here. I know your hours, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as well, so we definitely appreciate you. So go ahead if you have anything to add. But I've been warning you guys to do it briefly because you guys will lose me in the next few minutes. I need to go eat and it's really late.
Yes, I'll be quick, Mayor. One of the things that I've said previously is that we want to look at this on a case-by-case basis, even with my patrol right now. If a car is blocking the driveway, we're not citing at this time because this, our code does not allow us to cite. So we've had times where officers have cited cars blocking driveways. Previously, I've gotten complaints. They've attempted to run the tags. The tags did not come back to any street, any address in our city. So the cars were cited. As you know, the county does not allow blocking driveways, just to put that out there. But I would like to know historically how this ordinance came about. Did it come about because those in council at that time saw what we were having as far as a problem with parking and wanted to allow for it? I also see a comment in the chat from a resident over on near Mount Rainier Elementary that says that that's a constant issue he has with this driveway being blocked several times a month. And it's usually teachers at Mount Rainier Elementary School. So we really need to look at a holistic approach throughout the city. And that's my real take on all of this. Let's look at it at a case-by-case basis, look at how it would affect or diminish the parking, and how also there are a few, not many, that have been complaining that they can't get out of their driveways. And the mandate right now is when that happens, they call us, they call parking enforcement, and we'll cite those vehicles. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I will tell you guys, I'll let you guys go first, but a couple of things to do. Keep in mind, part of the things that you guys have mentioned when it comes to blocking to keep you safe, having visitors over in order to be respectful of your neighbors, parking in there. Quite a few of the homes in Rainier are multi-generational. And historically, the community of color did not have a great relationship with the police department, and they felt very targeted when it came to having bigger families and people feeling, one way or another. So in order to make it safer and protect them, it allowed them to be able to do that. So I think that we need to be very careful in what kind of worm we're opening, and be very aware as we continue to repeat. Parking is ridiculously very limited over the city. So if you're having a friend coming over or like something along those lines, you will be taking parking away. And living in LA, as long as I did, I will tell you that one of the worst things to do is have parking wars when it comes to like, neighbors fighting over one parking spot, or because they have somebody that comes over, or because they have 2 vehicles or 3 vehicles, right? In multi-dimensional house. And that by that I mean like mom, parents, and children, they're adult now and they're able to drive. So they go from potentially 2 cars to 3, 4 cars, right? And their driver can only take so much, and that's the way for them to do it, to be able to block it. So to me, I would say that I was under the same understanding with you, Luke. I mean, being it done the way it's done, it's not gonna work. If the city decides to do like, a parking, like, something we need to put in the budget, because it's not free. We will have to pay for this. So that'll be a further discussion. But I think that at this point, I'm definitely not in support of like changing the ordinance to like not allow for people to park in front of their driveways. Our officers have better things to do than be policing a driveway, and if there's a problem, they're able, the people should be able to are able at this point to call and then PD deals with the situation. The other thing that we need to keep in mind is like, I know we feel we have big, gigantic police department, but the reality is we don't. And they do a great job at like working on keeping us safe and patrolling the streets and everything else that goes on. And at this point, we do have one person that does parking enforcement for the whole entire city. Let's be real on where we're at, right? So at least from what I'm hearing, there is like no support to move forward to the change of this ordinance. And if council wants to like contemplating looking for a parking study, that's something that we're going to have to discuss potentially during the budget season, as it was not part of like our budget this year. So I would say like we need to move it to, if that's the direction you guys want to go, we could move it to a different direction. I do want to say this doesn't mean that people don't have certain problems, but the reality is, right, that at this point, being able to have residents park in front of the driveway does alleviate some of the parking issues that we do have in the city. And I see one resident that wants to speak. I'll give you the word, Derek. Do you want me to read it, Derek, or would you like to say a few words? It's up to you. Just let me know which one you want as well.
I understand it's late, and I've complained about this ever since I've lived here, Mayor, so.
Derek.
I can continue to call the police several times a month if that's how the city would like me to use that resource. I find it to be a little obnoxious, but I don't want to keep you online. Sorry.
No, you're fine. And Derek Dixford earlier, he did tell us his block and street number. Sorry, Derek, I was trying to make sure I follow my own procedure, because then I don't want people to think I'm favoring you by not asking your block and street number. So 3200 is 4,3200, correct? So I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so Derek, if we need to have a conversation again with the Rainier Elementary, I think that's something we could do. Chief, can you in order to help in this situation, is there any way you could pull some information of how many times Derek has called for like a block driveway, so that way we could provide it to the school principal, so that way they know the issue is at hand and she could address it with the teachers? Can you guys be able to provide that in order to help with some of the situation?
Of course, Mayor. If it's gone through dispatch, we can definitely pull that.
Okay, so Derek, we should be able to attempt to help in that way, so that way we're able to address. Okay. All right, but you have to call for us to, like, this is what we usually ask people to call dispatch, so that way there's a record of the information. So when we put data to do studies, so be able to like work on regulations and studies and everything else, that's like prime information. Only that for our police officers, if they know that's something that they keep calling for, they could better address it. But if you don't call, they think problem is also solved, and that's not gonna work in order to get through it. All right. I love you guys dearly. We're going to do the last quick one. Presentation of minutes. Thank you, Melissa, and your whole entire team for keeping us abroad. August 6, 2020, special legislation meeting. August 18, 2020, special work session. September 1st, 2020, legislative meeting. September 5th, 2023, legislative meeting. Those are the minutes that our wonderful clerk is presenting to us. They'll be up for vote on the next legislative session, along with a bunch of other ones that she present to us prior. Any edits? These are from 2020. Please make sure you let Melissa know. And thank you, Melissa, for working really hard on your whole entire team. All right, guys. That's it. Melissa, can you put the events quickly? So I could do it for the record. Just a reminder that our big public safety night is September 22nd from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Nature Center. Latino Heritage Month celebration, September 29. We are doing it in unity with the town of Brentwood from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Bunker Hill Fire Station parking lot. The Bridge Unit 85th anniversary celebration and their 25th anniversary in the city of Rainier will be September 30th. The city administrator office will be closed on October 9 due to Indigenous Peoples Day. Halloween parade and trunk or treat is going to be on September 28th from 4 to 8:30. Kicking off from Thomas Stone Elementary. That's a parade lineup and will end at the Nature Center. The police department will have their centennial anniversary gala November 3rd from 7 to 11 in Martin's Crosswind. Veterans Day flag ceremony and brunch November 10 from 10 to 12 at the fire department community room. The city administrative office will be closed for Veterans Day on November 10. Thanksgiving basket distribution will be held on November 21st, and we always take on community volunteers, and same administrative offices will be closed day for Thanksgiving employee appreciation November 23rd and 24th. Thank you, Mr. Kamali, Melissa, and the whole team for making sure that we put this information so that we alert our residents as early as we possibly can. And you'll hear this in every single meeting to be addressed. Please join us in the community events and celebrating and cherish our great work. And the next one, like I mentioned, is public safety, which is like one of the biggest events in the whole entire county. I like to say state. All right. Well, can I have a motion to dismiss? I love you all, but I need to go.
So moved.
I will second.
Seconded.
And thank you,
Abstention.
staff.
All right. Thank you, staff, for staying up late with us. And council, no more than 2 items, please, on the agenda. That's usually been the standard. Please keep it up with it because it is long nights. And by the end of the night, we're not 100% function. So I will sign off from Texas, Dallas, as I have to do a lot of work between tonight and tomorrow. All right. Have a good night, everyone. And
Thanks,
thank you.
staff.
All right.
Staff,
Bye.
appreciate it.